We won't say that. We won't say that. Okay, we are broadcasting. Hello,
We won't say that on live.
No,
We're
we won't.
broadcasting.
We won't.
Oh,
We
Raina.
won't.
I'm just kidding. It's the Halloween show. Ross is out there trick or treating with the rest of us.
Some people getting tricks, some people getting treats.
No. He's not trick or treating. He's hunting.
I
He's
think I need
bobbing
to
for
walk out
apples.
screaming here.
He's bobbing for apples. What is go
Where's
for
Ross?
that? Bobbing for apples, probably.
He's trick or treating. How are you doing, Greg?
There's Travis in his hat.
Oh my God, Greg sitting there eating a sandwich is exactly the reason the fucking Velociraptors got out.
God damn it, Greg.
Greg is the reason the Velociraptors smart. What was it, clever girl?
So wait, hold on, ready? Here's who's Russell. Newman.
God damn it, Kramer.
Hey, look, I'm eating a sandwich. See, nobody cares.
I got that Newman reference. I haven't seen the show.
That's sort of a meta Newman reference, actually.
Oh,
I love that.
God damn it, Raul.
God, why?
Justin was saving that
Why?
for next week's show.
Why? What were you had to pull the meta joke out?
What
Oh,
joke?
yeah, I haven't.
Meta jokes are next week.
Okay.
What's up,
I
Travis?
haven't, showed off my fun new surprise yet, have I?
Oh, yes. Show it to me.
Show it to me. That's what she said. Get it?
Shut up, fucking Greg. I should have known you would go there.
You did say it.
That is really beautiful.
Hey, that is beautiful.
All right, help
I
the
really
stupid
like
person.
it.
What is that, Travis?
It's a display.
Well, we know that.
It's a metal poster. Just
Oh,
scuba diver, mermaid.
nice.
Endings.
That's for you and the girl, right, Travis?
I'm single right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm an
No,
idiot.
you're fine. You're fine. Like, I don't mind saying that right now. It was harder then.
Sure,
But
sure.
But yeah, she cheated on me. So
Oh, what a
I
bitch.
love how you and I entered a war zone at the same time. You went single, and I freaking just like me and my.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make light of.
split.
I don't mean to make light of you guys getting cheated on, but the way Raul just said, "What a bitch," that was perfect.
Yeah, it was. That was perfection, Raul.
I
Good
don't
job.
mind it. Like, it's yeah. I mean, like there was.
I've had the same thing, though, Travis. I've had the same thing many times.
Join
Sadly.
the club.
Honestly,
Yeah, it's-
Travis and I, that's what we had happen. It was just like both of our relationships fell apart around the same time. It's like, how do we deal with this? Fuck this. Let's go camping.
Well,
And the whole
my
camping
youngest-
trip was like, man, that situation was bullshit.
mine cheated on me with her now girlfriend. So yes.
I've had that too. I've had that too, Justin.
How could anybody cheat on you with a face like that, Justin?
That's
So-
how.
Justin looks like how I looked after watching Dune.
No, it's funny. It's funny. Not okay. Like not to make light, but I wasn't cheated on my last relationship. But what you know how guys say, "Oh, she went crazy. Fuck her," and it's actually a lie because 9 times out of 10 the woman didn't go crazy. No, my ex
Right.
went fucking crazy. She went off the deep end.
Dude, mine
There are
flung a
specific
remote
circumstances.
upside my head. Oh, so yes. Mine went. They do go crazy.
As the trans girl in this room, I can vouch and say we go fucking crazy sometimes.
Brandon's like, I don't even want to
Sometimes-
say it, but yes,
Hey, you know what? I'm fucking Black Ops going to the other side. I'm just saying, like, being on hormones as I've had. Travis has heard me where I've called and I'm like, everything's falling apart. It's breaking down, man. It's like, are you okay? No, I'm not okay.
Poor
And
Travis.
you know what? I heard Travis's response every single time that he's like, "Are you okay? Okay, what's wrong? Okay, Okay.
There's been moments where
Travis
like,
Travis is being nominated for sainthood.
What's that?
you know what? Not to be like
Hi, Leah.
really, like
Justin says hi.
just to be kind of funny, so you guys can laugh. Travis actually revealed to me that he hadn't been checking his voicemail messages, so he got a message where I was like,
Oh,
"I'm
no.
sorry for hanging up on you. Please don't be mad at me."
Oh.
I'm
Poor
telling you, these
Travis.
hormones are fucking insane.
No,
You
they
guys
are.
try it
They
for a
are.
week. And they just increased mine, so good luck. You're going to be dealing with bitch mode for the next month and a half.
No, we can tell by your Dune review. It's already gonna be special.
I know you know when the hormones are up because I become Greg. What did you think of Dune, Raina? It was trash.
Just think, Travis. Just think. Just think. You're going to be roommates.
I'm not-
Travis is a saint, though.
I'm super patient. Like my current roommate right now. If I can take my current roommate, I can take anybody.
Oh, yeah, with your TV blaring.
TV blaring, like door slamming, and
His roommate is like every typical like guy from like every 90s horror movie, like the jock.
Oh, so an
Oh, good
asshole.
guy.
Okay.
No, he's a
This is-
great guy. Like,
Oh,
I'm
he's
friends
very
with-
nice. Broderick is awesome.
he
Just
just-
rude.
He's just rude and inconsiderate.
No, he can just have a short temper.
No, that's Lane.
Oh,
Lane's an asshole.
okay.
He's the one
Anyway.
I'm not excited to live with.
Lane's a
Lane-
womanizer. I heard.
Lane
I know
Lane
he
is the
takes
center of tonight's
responsibility.
countdown, Travis. You will be proud.
Okay, so fun facts. Since we're live with pre-show. So I was watching one of my favorite shows on YouTube, Hot Ones, where they interview celebrities eating the hot wings. Today they
Oh,
did
God.
Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis, of course, had a great interview. Two funny parts of this interview. They had interviewed Ashton Kutcher about 2 years ago. So they interviewed her like, hey, is it true? We asked Ashton if you actually he said you made him get rid of all his trucker hats from that 70s show. And you see her go like this to the camera. You fucking
right,
liar.
yeah.
And then she starts talking shit to him, and you hear this in the background. You hear Ashton, who are you looking at? I'm not even here. So she called him out in the interview. And
I
then
love
they get
Mila
to
Kunis.
they get to the end of the interview. Mila Kunis is a diehard Trekkie. They asked her if you're stuck on a stranded planet, because he goes with this. He goes, if you're stuck on a strange new world, exploring new life, and you're stuck on this planet with aliens you've never been with, he goes, do you pick Captain January or Picard? And she flat out goes, Jean-Luc Picard. He's hot. I love him. I'm going with Pat Stew. I'm like, damn. I'm like, get it,
Man,
girl.
she knows what she wants. Holy shit.
She's like, I love Janeway, but I need me. She goes, I need me some Patrick. I'm like, woo.
Talk about a silver fox.
All over the news. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, Leia.
Should be able to.
Can Leia hear us?
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Leia.
Hey, Leo, we told Greg that was a great mask.
Okay.
We told
You guys
Greg
good?
that was a great mask.
Oh Jesus, Greg's like headset is glowing like poor Green
Why?
Lantern CGI.
Yeah, because it's disconnected right now. That's why.
So Dune.
Where's Ross?
I don't know.
Right? I'm
He's
even
just
wearing my official. Where's the camera? My official shirt. Hold on.
Wait. I've got to get the laugh going. Because, yeah, that's a puny laugh. That is a
You think-
puny laugh.
You know what? It's 2 days before Halloween. Ross is dolling.
You're in the
himself up.
camera.
I know. I'm just being obnoxious.
I will kick you out of this room.
Justin, that's a little too loud. A little too loud.
I actually kind of like that. As soon as Greg started speaking, he started making that sound that sounded like a sensor. I thought that's what it was.
Oh, you mean this? I have one of them.
A sensor.
I usually have it under ready for whenever I know Greg is going to bad mouth lower desk.
Speakers will not listen.
Leia, I like your hair.
Thank you.
Somebody
It's
has
cool
to.
like that. It's got that rocker chick going on.
So we are just waiting on Ross. We have a feeling he is getting called.
See, my hair is stupid long, so this is the easiest way to make it look halfway decent.
Oh,
Oh,
here
no.
comes Sun.
Yay, son!
Sun, yay.
If she can hear us.
Hello,
There's another-
everybody.
No.
Hey, son.
We're waiting on the rod.
How are you feeling, my friend?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Well, I had an ultrasound today, so.
Oh. No
Everything,
results, of course.
Well, of course, no results today.
Yeah, no results today. Okay.
Jesus, Raul, it's not like we're not in that age yet where we could just shine a light over our problems.
Give it another year or two and we'll get there according to Meta. It's very Meta. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And what did you make, Rod?
I told you that was the result of Greg letting out the Velociraptors. Now Ross is gone. Now we've got to pick up the pieces.
Poor Rod.
You tell me you don't have
It
Ross
sounds-
Essence and Amber?
It sounds a little like that joke. I don't have to be faster than my friend. I mean, I don't have to be faster than the lion. I just have to be faster than my friend.
I heard the one where it's like you don't have to outrun a zombie, you just have to knock down the guy beside you.
Yeah, it's the same deal.
It's the same concept.
I heard it was like an African saying. I don't know if it's true or not. Not the zombie one, of course. Unless things are worse in Africa than I know.
I don't know that I would suspect that's a little bit African, a little bit French. All that Creole shit,
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
Creole. Yeah. So, everybody have a good week so far. Just waiting on Ross to get here.
It was a chill
Everybody
weekend.
been doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. My room is still messy, as you can tell, and I'm
My
not moving
apartment-
anywhere. Just a permanent state of mind.
My apartment is got boxes everywhere. Stacked and ready to go.
It's like, yo, Raul, are you moving? Nah. Oh,
No, I'm just moving around. Maybe
What are you doing? Just chilling?
just chilling. Well, we were supposed to move back to Florida at a certain point, and unfortunately, Mom killed that plan. So then we have half the house in boxes. It's pretty inconvenient right now.
Hmm.
I can imagine my place is in boxes right now. So I just got like my needed supplies out. And those will be the last things packed whenever we get a final date. We can go. Hopefully that will be relatively soon. I'm ready to get up out of this test trap.
Justin, it's affecting your microphone. That something.
I know what it is. Hold on. There we go. That'll be fixed. And technical difficulties. This MAIO app seems to be causing difficult conflicts. What's
Gotcha.
a mail app?
No idea.
Well, obviously, it's the app used for sandwiches.
Well, eat up, Ross.
Maybe it's a malware app. I'm not sure
No.
because it says
No.
mal in the front. No.
No.
Malware.
It's an app provided by the Mayo Clinic because they want you to eat more mayonnaise.
Cancer. It's great.
Oh, God. We're bad.
Well, at least we know that the Ross is on his way.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, Ross. We only got 2 topics tonight, so,
You mean 2 reviews tonight?
Well, yes. I don't know. I downloaded it yet. Ross, remove it immediately.
Wait, what? What's going on?
Wait a minute. Technical difficulties. This a mail app seems to be causing conflicts. I don't know. I downloaded it on recommendation, but I'm not sure what it does. It keeps sending me weird pictures of where I've been. Oh, this is coming to something. This has got to be coming to something.
I mean, yeah, normally when you watch porn, you're coming to something, but you know.
Oh
Well, you just said the quiet part out loud. So, I mean, we already know that, but you know.
Hey, Travis, what are you smiling at? I know that smile anywhere. You're up to something.
He is. He's being a little conniving one today. He's up to something.
You know what I notice? Ross isn't here. Lane isn't here.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Well,
You see what I'm hinting at?
I
can't
had
let
to
him know.
prepare. I had to prepare Lane for the intro tonight, so I had to borrow him for a little bit. You'll be here. You'll see it.
And look,
I promise.
that's not a real Travis. He's not saying or responding to anything I'm saying. He's on a digital loop.
He has us muted. That's why.
Oh no, we're all in a horror movie, and Lane's picking us off one by one.
Oh dear, no, dear, oh dear, oh
You know
dear,
what? This
oh
is the
dear.
moment we find out that Sun is really Lane behind the scenes.
Oh,
His puppet master.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
Not a fish lady.
Well, I think my cover for tonight's costume has been blown.
Oh, son, I haven't played it yet, but I did take your recommendation and pick up the Outer Wilds.
Especially while it's on sale during the Halloween sale, right?
Yes, that's why I bought it.
Oh,
There's so much good stuff on sale. I can't determine what.
If you're going to, so I know it's probably going to be hard on you, Raul, with the game mechanics and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, oh my God, you need to pick up the Outer Wilds and its DLC.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try before the end of the sale.
If not, pick it up yourself. At least watch somebody who's played it.
Okay.
I mean, all of my videos are gone from Twitch. So
I'm so sorry, son.
Well, they don't keep them that long anyway.
I picked it up, and my friend had bought me House Flipper because I've been wanting that game.
We got Lane in costume.
Mm-hmm.
There's a particularly menacing Grim Reaper, sir.
Well, I mean, Lane is very menacing when he gets. He goes all out.
I guess so. Poor Travis.
He's a very menacing otter.
Poor Travis, I'm gonna have to live with him soon too. Dude, I swear, if I look away and Lane starts moving, like if I look up and he's in a different spot, like I'm sorry, this thing ain't gonna work out.
There's a shadow behind Travis that I think is Lane.
You're muted.
You're muted.
That's my mic. That's my mic stand.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that's what Lane wants us to think.
He's got Lane
like something
hanging
Lane would say.
Elaborate plot, sir.
He's got Lane hanging from the mic stand.
There's a lot of Halloween conspiracies going on here.
You got him Lane on his side like that.
Anyway,
this is Lane Unbound.
I'm just saying, like, I am proud of how, at the very least, this recap will open.
And, that's what you've been working on. Okay, yeah, your cover story checks out.
I'm
okay,
really,
Ross.
like, I am really, like what's the word? Proud of how I opened this, to the point where I almost don't want to write the rest of the recap because it's just like I'm not going to
Improv it.
top this.
Improv it.
I'm honestly kind of debating doing that.
Because you did a good job of that, dude. When you improv stuff, when stuff doesn't go good and you correct it midstream,
When I
you do better.
When I improv, I tend to like freeze up because I'm much better when I have something written in front of me. I cannot really
Guilty.
get it out of me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that. There's nothing wrong with it. That's human. I mean, no, not everyone can do that thing without some type of a thing. That's why they made teleprompters.
I gave Ross the best technical advice I could. Sacrifice his
I don't know
toast
if he-
to the digital overlords.
I don't. Oh, wait, I don't even know if you
At
tell that.
least I'm gonna continue writing here.
Go for it. We got plenty. We only got 2 reviews, so I mean, hey, it's not like we're gonna do a 6-hour show.
This week.
We can pop them the next week. It's not like there's gonna be that many news.
It's just a shame I can't actually open this image in my media studio like I want to, and complete the
What's the image
illusion.
extension?
It's okay. So when I tried to save it, it wanted to save as a.
Ross! Go ahead. Sorry, son. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it wanted to save as a WebP file. WEBP.
Okay. Here, I'll tell you how to get it by that. The picture that you want, right click, copy, then open up whatever program you use and paste it into the program. Like, if you use Paint or, GIMP or whatever you use to edit your photos, paste the photo into it and save it as a JPEG or a PNG.
Okay, give me a moment.
Because the web P's format is a new thing that Google and Bing's doing, and is that Leah joining in? And then
We got Leah.
holy crappers!
So the weirdest thing about that whole Mallow app thing? The last picture I got, I don't know if you saw what I put in chat, but the last picture I got was taken as if the photo was taken right behind me while I was sitting at the PC. So very strange.
Odd.
Yeah, like they were right there or something. I don't know how.
No.
Hey, well, we got Leia now. That means we can kick Greg off.
All right.
What happened? I didn't do that.
Bring Greg back. Bring Greg
I
back.
didn't do it. I didn't boot him.
Poor
I see
Greg.
your shirt, Leah. That's awesome.
Thank you.
I didn't boot him. Where'd he go?
Wait, he's fixing his mic, I guess.
That was great timing, guy. I can't take credit for that. I was, but to be fair, my finger was on the remove button, and I was going to do it, and he did it for me. That just was perfect. I actually thought there for a minute I did hit. Oh wait, he's back.
It was the weirding way, Justin.
Well, I mean, that's how we roll around here. Greg, I was about to hit the same button right when you did that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can hear you.
You sound horrible. Oh, I'm kidding.
No, that's just how he sounds.
Yeah, I know. Oh. Ross, you're going to love this tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes. Oh,
So
yes.
Leah's in this stream with us.
Yep.
Hello. Looking
Hello?
forward to chatting. I am still writing this out, so.
Well, we were waiting. I'm sure Ross has got to get set up. He's got something in the works. Ross, is there something behind you?
You sure?
So there's lots of somethings behind him.
I thought there was something back there.
Like a dark
all
and
something
ominous
new.
creature, or
Things are happening. Things
I-
Justin doesn't like.
No, I don't see anything.
things?
You sure?
There's something back there. It's peeking its head around the door right now.
What?
What's that white thing?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Are you talking
It-
about Ross? I mean, he is pretty white.
I don't
If I
see
can get the
anything.
soul, why is the soul layout?
You messing with me or something?
I mean, there's just the Halloween sex icon, the wolf skull lady thing.
But it's like right
The
there.
furries called. They want their SCP back.
Finally, someone got it. Jeez.
I mean, that's what I was talking about. I just didn't know what the
Son did call it out first.
God dang it. Oh,
Ross picking the furriest of the SCPs. Ah, I see you're a man of culture.
alrighty.
I think
So,
Ross is going to hate this tonight.
That was my Halloween gag for the night.
Oh, Ross. Lane
show the
was
picture?
satisfied. Lane is satisfied.
I thought I was afraid that by talking about Malo, it would give it
Oh, that
away.
picture.
Oh,
There you go, guys.
Uh-huh.
Look at the little man.
He had way too much fun.
I'm
Hmm.
sure.
Okay, so get this before we go start. He had way too much fun. This very attractive woman walks by with her husband and their kids.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
yeah. I stress very attractive. This
Oh,
is
God.
this is no joke. Leia's
This is where
holding him.
Greg
I'm
sleeps in
handing
the
him candy.
doghouse.
I'm Leia's holding him. I'm handing her candy. He leaps into this woman's arms and won't let go.
Oh my God.
Like straight up, take me home with you status. It was bad.
Her husband.
Greg,
her
what
husband
have
was
you
like-
done?
Her husband was about to cry laughing. She's like, "What do I do?" She's like, "I think he's
She's
cute,
like-
but what?"
He's so cute, but
That's
He
always
broke
the
camera.
that's always the proper response. He's so cute, but
Like, you wouldn't like him taking off his diaper for everyone now.
Oh my God.
Speaking of taking,
We're
off
used to
diaper,
that
I
with
was-
Carlos, though.
Oh.
that's just
Raul with
mean.
another zinger.
That's
Oh.
just mean.
Oh, but
You missed the one earlier,
appropriate.
son. Raul was talking about Travis's ex, how she cheated on him, and Raul just goes, "Perfectly. What a bitch."
I mean,
It was-
well, I mean, let's be honest.
It's the way he said it. Raul had that perfect pitch and tone. Like it was beautiful.
Well, I mean, let's be honest.
It was well timed. Raul's very well timed.
Truth is truth.
Maybe we
I
should
will
give
be right
Raul.
back.
Maybe we should give Raul the soundboard.
No, don't give me any technology. That's wrong. Bad idea.
No, bad mojo.
He just got a new computer and it's already broken.
No. This one's working so far.
Thank God.
So far.
Check back in Tuesday.
Yeah, check back on Tuesday.
Don't tell me. Tuesday.
We've learned to let Raul around technology and keep it wide berth because he tends to break things just by being in presence.
Well, no, it's
I'm
not
a
that he
gremlin.
breaks things. It's that he breaks other people with his technology. I mean, he
Yes.
is the Baul after all.
Hey,
Oh.
Ross, I know that we're going to be doing like the 2 big reviews tonight.
Yeah.
I did include a few trailers. Can we like briefly talk about them? Because all 3 are like really interesting.
Sure.
3 trailers right now.
Cowboy Bebop's Netflix movie, Uncharted, and Lightyear.
Very good. Very good. You win. Okay.
Let's do those 3 first then.
Ross. Are we ready for countdown, Ross?
Yeah. Let me. Let's do the countdown.
Okay. Travis, you're gonna love this. Hopefully.
We'll get to it. Let's see it.
All right. Come on.
Welcome to this Halloween edition of the Real SuperGeeks, where tonight we are reviewing DUNE and Star Trek Prodigy. And welcome to this Halloween edition of the Real Spooky Geeks podcast.
Hold on, Justin, where is that shit every week?
Let's all take a moment to give
just
a round of
time.
applause to our producer Justin for that
That was amazing.
outstanding intro.
You see what happens when you see what he can do when he doesn't have a fire alarm going off every hour, every fucking day.
Yeah.
We need hologram Janeway to start introducing the show.
Well, thank you, Justin. That was superb. Well done. My name is Ross. Live, love, play the eyebrows of Doom himself. And I welcome you all to the show. Joining me tonight is our regular array of guests and a special guest. Coming from different rooms for some reason. Let's lead off with Leah. How you doing tonight? Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Doing pretty good. Just got back from a fun little trunk or treat with the kiddos, so I'm kind of exhausted, but I'm ready to talk about some nerd stuff tonight. So,
And you are dressed for the occasion. Perfect.
yes.
And Leah's significant other, her lesser half, I assume. It's Greg. How you doing?
At least the uglier side.
Doing good. Like she said, we got back from trunk or treat, so we are definitely looking forward to the Dune review tonight. And overall, it's been a great week. So yeah, as always, looking forward to chatting with you guys.
Yay.
She's the intelligence. He's the rod.
I wish that I could.
And she's got a kitty.
I have Kitty. Yes,
Oh,
Venom
God.
Kitty.
Kitty.
This is a
I
big
love
kitty.
kitties. Kitties.
Today is
My heart
National Cat
melt.
Day, by the way.
If you have a cat, every day is National Cat Day.
Exactly.
That's true.
Especially to the cat.
The cats are our masters and overlords. They rule all. They are the king, they are the queen, they are the alpha and the omega. They rule everything.
Very
I
true.
mean, look, Greg says every week.
You've never
cats are
owned
evil, and
chickens,
look,
have you?
and look, he has a cat. Even he couldn't escape their grasp.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
You've never owned chickens, have you?
Chickens are evil.
Roosters
Roosters are
evil.
evil, not the chickens. Chickens are pretty harmless.
Oh no! There are some
Ugh.
nasty hens out there. They can act
Are
just
they?
like
Sure,
geese.
sure. They
I've only
will
had good
gang up
hens.
on you.
I've only had good hens. True.
and speaking
Alright.
of good hens, once again joining us, it's Raina. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing really good, actually. I have gotten so much packing done this week. I have not watched anything
Come on.
except Prodigy and Dune, and that I could not finish. Can't wait to talk about both of those for very different reasons. And I am very ghoulish tonight to mark my favorite holiday.
Yes.
Happy
Excellent.
Halloween Eve, guys.
Spooky.
Thank you, Raina. The dynamic duo, the hetero life mates, the pair that keep this podcast a rolling. It's Travis and Lane.
Well, thank you for saying that we somehow do that. Cheers. I'm stressed. Hip hop, hooray for dropping $600 on car parts that you need to buy in order to drive a safe vehicle and not potentially get somebody or yourself killed. Spending $600 that I don't have. My credit card's almost maxed. Give me your money. No. No, I am.
If I had money.
I am actually kind of thankful to at least be getting this out of the way. I will be getting the car fixed up tomorrow, and I will also be working on Halloween decorations tomorrow. It'll be the last one in this house, so I mean,
I bet you're ready.
Do something. And on that note, yes, I know. They never say hi to you, do they?
I said Travis and Lane. How are you
Nobody else
guys
says hi.
doing?
I know. Anyway,
I introduced
on
you to credit.
on a more serious note, Lane did like the Grim Reaper thing. On a more serious note, you guys should probably review Dune first before we talk Prodigy, because I didn't see Dune and I need to finish writing the recap still. Though I am like super excited for you guys to hear how I open this thing. Like, there's no real rhyme or reason to it. I just started kind of writing it and it all just fell into place. And I need to finish writing it.
You do realize our Dune review could take a while, right?
I didn't watch Dune. I don't
I
know anything
mean-
about the Dune review. You guys can knock yourselves out because I will probably go on about Prodigy. So take that for what it's worth.
So does anybody want to spend 3 hours discussing the David Lynch film? I mean, that's how long the film is, right?
No.
No, we're talking about the new
No. Don't get me started. Do not get me started.
Also, I got a fun little thing in the mail.
Oh, awesome.
Ooh, that's
It's beautiful,
cool.
Travis.
I love my mermaid stuff for some bizarre reason.
He is the man behind the ghoulish controls tonight. It's Justin. How you doing?
I am doing very good. It's been silent all day. We're on the edge of getting ready to move. As you see, I'm all decked out in my ghoulish, whatever you want to call it for tonight. Yeah, sorry about the background flickering. Can't really do much about that till I get my new place. But yeah, it's been a pretty good week so far. Yeah, I'm excited to get moving. Hopefully, it'll be within the next week or so. We're just waiting on them to finish the remodel of the apartment, and as soon as that's done, I'm not the Travis and Raina are the only one that are going to be moving. So, woohoo!
Sweet.
You know,
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm actually kind of disappointed in Justin.
Why?
He didn't get any overalls or put on glasses or give himself a Creole accent.
Hey.
Say how y'all are,
Hey,
because
hey,
he would
hey.
perfectly be able to pull off a Justin Wilson, the Raging
Aw.
Cajun.
I could, but look, I gave you all the intros tonight. I can
That's
only
true.
do so much in a couple of days.
You can only do so much in the silence.
Exactly.
Enjoy the silence.
Depeche Mode.
And now I probably jinxed it, and we'll probably get a fire alarm within the next hour. So let's keep going.
Hurry!
We got our Latin wonder. It's Raul. How you doing tonight?
Well, I'm the Latin wonder only when Carlos is not here. He's the Latin artifact.
No, Carlos is our token boomer.
Yes.
Yeah, Carlos is the boomer.
I miss Carlos.
Me
Well,
too.
tell Lane to let him out of the damn dungeon.
He's living his best life, guys.
Yeah.
If Carlos is our resident boomer, does that mean he's being held at Nellis Air Force Base?
Oh.
Wow.
That's a Fallout 4 reference, or that's a Fallout New Vegas reference.
Oh, okay. Son.
And
Don't get
speaking of son, where are you coming from tonight, and how you doing this week?
It appears your levels of nerddom have increased. Any objections, lady?
Oh, hell yeah!
My God.
Nice.
We're
Uh-oh.
pulling out all the stops tonight. Hot.
So
damn.
I decided. Okay. One, I didn't know it was like National Cat Day or what the hell ever. But I really wanted to put this argument that's been going on behind the scenes, not between Raina and I, but I've seen like other people arguing about the whole as resident furry thing. I wanted to put that argument to bed for the fans who've been talking about it. This is my original character. Like, this is my first furry character. This is Sun.
Where have you been hiding this? You have been holding out on us.
Yes,
Son,
I have.
all the years I've known you, I've never seen the sun.
Sun is majestic.
Sun is interesting.
There are a few pieces of art. Ross has seen them.
The Super Geek
And you
show
never
is-
showed me. I'm really sad now.
I'm just amazed. We've really outdone ourselves this time.
Sad
We've really
Latino
outdone
noises.
the podcast. It's a magical place. Holy crap!
Yes, it is.
It's definitely something.
You and I are having a discussion about this afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, I'm in trouble.
It'll be a fun discussion for sure.
So, yeah, this week has been interesting. The Monday I went in to see the hematologist, who's also like the resident cancer doctor, who literally travels like over most of the state to give to give cancer overviews. So he's always fucking booked. We wanted to see him at the beginning of the month, right? But he was booked until like Monday was his first open appointment. And so I've got a little bit of news in that respect. He wanted to do an ultrasound, which I got today, but no results back. The blood test that he did on Monday, he came back and said that my white blood cell count was indeed elevated, and looking at my medical history, it had definitely been elevated for over a year at this point. And he broke down the white blood cell count into like 3 or 4 different groups for different things. And he said if it was this cause, or if this one was out of whack, or this other thing was out of whack, we'd know exactly what was going on. But because it's this one and we don't really understand it a whole lot, I'm going to do some more blood work, because you might have this leukemia thing that you could literally go for years, having before it actually becomes leukemia. So that's a thing.
That's a thing.
So my week has been kind of
Wishing you the best there.
Wishing you the best. Now, I thought you just were going to tell us you had bad credit.
I've had bad credit since I was a child, mostly because I never bought into the debting myself out to the credit card companies.
Credit.
Well, you're still getting ahead there. So.
Yeah, hopefully. I just keep getting turned down for everything because I have no credit. It's actually kind of worse than having bad credit.
We'll talk after the show. There's things you can do.
All right. Well, wow.
Credit geek.
As for me, things are going fairly well. As some of you may have heard a bit earlier in the show, I've had a bit of an issue with some tech. Downloaded this Mallow app thing, and just started getting some weird pictures. I don't know where they're from, what's going on, but something's watching me. I don't know what the deal is. What's that?
There's something right behind you right now.
Justin, you tried this before the show. I'm not falling for it. Let's move on.
Look through your camera.
I'm looking at the camera. You've got me maximized. I don't see anything. I'm not falling for this again. Let's move on.
Okay.
As for the rest of the week, it's been work. But in good news, I'm now a fully fledged employee of IES Communications. Comes with
also
nice
known
raise.
as he works for
Meta.
I do not work for Facebook.
Oh, that's
I
right. He
work
works for Meta.
at Facebook. I just help them build data centers, and that's it.
That's so
For Meta.
Evil empires.
Yes. It does come with perks. It gives me a nice raise so I can afford to do things. So
the thing about
look,
Satan is he has a great dental plan.
And it's very meta.
I do actually get a really good dental plan.
Ross's whole thing is, look, I'm not an Imperial. I'm not a fucking Stormtrooper. I'm just the janitor on the fucking Death Star.
Pretty much. That's about how it is.
Then some meddling kid came along. God.
You know what? It's gonna be all going well until Ross starts like demonetizing everyone, going full on. Going
You'll be
full on
fine.
crosshair on everybody and everything in sight.
It'll be fine until Ross decides to go to the meta
They give
server
us
room and
dental
piss on
plans.
him.
Good soldiers follow orders.
So if there was anyone to survive the explosion of the Death Star and say like an escape pod or anything,
Ross.
it would be the janitor. Because that's exactly what happens in Subnautica. The only one that survives is a fucking janitor.
Well, one thing to keep in mind about the Death Star that they don't really talk about in the films is that in order to, staff something that big, they had to keep dependents on board. And there were whole sections and decks of the Death Star given over entirely to civilians, families, dependents, at concourses, theme parks, things to keep people happy.
Sounds a lot like the Enterprise.
Yeah, just bigger. Hell of a lot bigger. But let's get the show on the road. We got a lot to talk about, even though we've only got 2 things to talk about tonight. But they're big. They're so big. Oh, God, they're so big.
Calm down, Ross. Breathe. Breathe.
Ross,
Breathe.
don't stand up suddenly.
I swear to God, something just moved in your background again.
So leading things off tonight, we are going to talk about Dune. Part 1.
While you guys geek out, I'm gonna finish writing, so I'm going to yank this and mute myself and take it away.
Well, we already know what's
Spoiler
going to
alert.
happen.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Come on.
Spoiler alert.
All right, so we've been waiting for this movie for a very long time.
Yes.
With
Years.
All of the
delays,
time.
COVID,
Years.
and other delays. It was supposed to come out back in June, but it's finally here. Almost all of us have seen it. You guys can see in my face just how exceptionally satisfied I am with it.
You and Leia both.
So, Leia, how about we lead with you? Tell us your thoughts on the movie, what you liked, what you didn't like, and what you hope to see in part 2, since it has been announced.
All right, you go, Leia.
Yes, I'm so excited. All right, so I definitely went into it kind of little not apprehensive, but cautiously optimistic, I would say, because well, I mean, we all know the '84 movie was special. It was. It had its moments. It had its moments, but I can't say I didn't fall asleep either. But I really liked it. I was not upset with the changes that were made. Dr. Kynes kind of I was a little interested about how that was going to work, but I think it will. I loved the score. I thought the score was gorgeous. It is perfect for what he was trying to do, and the visuals. The visuals were amazing. You really felt the bigness, the massiveness of the world, and you really felt like it wasn't a backdrop that was painted, which was gorgeous, because I'm talking about the 2000 miniseries that who was it? Sci-Fi did.
Yeah.
They were beautiful, but you didn't feel the vastness, I don't think, that you really felt with this movie. And I was pleasantly surprised with the new faces that we got. I think that everybody's gonna be doing pretty well in it. For what I hope to see in part 2, a little more explanation. I know that's a big hang up for a lot of people, is there wasn't enough explanation of some of the information. We didn't really get a feel for it for some of the storyline. I'm concerned by Kat. I'm concerned that we are not going to get a Fade, or however you want to say his name, the other nephew. I'm hoping we get him, but I'm wondering if they're going to mush the two together in Batista's character. We'll have to see what happens since we didn't get even a mention of him in the first half. So that'll be an interesting plot point to see whether or not that actually falls through or not. Obviously, we want to see the Emperor Shaddam. We want to see Irulan. We haven't gotten any mention of her. Technically, she's really not that much in this first part anyway. So, but it'll be interesting. I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with the second part and how they're gonna not rewrite, but rewrite those little parts that we don't necessarily need, but we'll have to see what happens. So that's my take so far. I loved it.
All right, thank you, Leah. Who to go with next? Because I could just gush for hours and hours, and I want to let you guys go first.
Right?
Raul, let's go with you next.
Okay, so this is it'll come to no surprise that it's my favorite book ever written, and the series is my favorite series. This writer is incredible. So I do stress that if you enjoyed the movie at all, you should read the books as they're releasing the movies. It will give you a much better grasp of what's going on in.
I think we lost Raul.
Oh no!
I thought it was me, so.
Okay, there he is.
There he is. He's
Are you
back,
back?
now.
Yeah, so sorry. My internet is crap. So
it's okay.
I know your pain.
So I believe my router is broken, so I have to help. I have to fix that myself. But so what I would like to make a mention of is that the mysticism in or the mythology in Dune is not really displayed until the later part of the book and subsequently the second part of the movie. I saw an article and I want to address it here. It was an article about the the heavy Muslim influences in the Dune series, and what Washington Post didn't get is that it hasn't happened yet. They're judging something that hasn't happened yet. It's a relatively benign comment, but it shows that they didn't read their subject matter. I think that the second movie will top this one, in my opinion, because the impact of the revelations will be so high, it will affect pop culture itself. I'm done.
All right, thank you, Raul. Reina, how about you?
I was not a fan, and just to make sure I was being fair to this movie, I did try and go back and watch it again, and I could not get through past where I was. Very much what I'll say about this movie is pretty simple. I read Dune way back in 9th grade, which I tried to tell myself wasn't that long ago, but it was long enough ago that I think I was more into it then. I would not tell someone that's coming into this fresh, like, hey, you should go see it, unless you kind of know what you're getting into. It's one of those movies where they're better off seeing it on TV, or they're better off seeing it on streaming, because you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. Like, if you're a Dune fan, it's probably a guaranteed love. But someone who's not a Dune fan, it's 50-50. There is going to be no in between. I'm very much in the mindset, like, the movie is gorgeous, probably the most gorgeous movie I've ever seen, bar none, even compared to things like Avatar and stuff. The soundtrack is like the actual score of it. You feel it. It's good. I just find the characters boring as fuck. Like, I could not stomach getting past it. Like, I should not have to be an hour and a half into a fucking movie to give a shit about what's going on. And so I didn't. I didn't give it the time. I felt like it was very much wasting my time. There's a lot of, oh, isn't this a cool concept? Like, weird dreams and heavily armed militia, like gathering resources. And it's like, yeah, those concepts are fucking cool, but I don't care enough about the story. You've not given me a reason to care about these characters at all. What are they losing? What are they gaining? What are they like? None of this stuff is like abundantly clear. It's kind of like, do you understand what's going on? No, well, too bad you're fucking left behind. And it's like, I shouldn't have to go back to read DUNE to kind of understand these weird concepts. Like, it's funny, they spend a lot of time on the mysticism and stuff. That's where I disagree with Real. I feel like that's front and center. They show you the mysticism. They show you kind of this, this behind the scenes conflict going on, but they show you fucking nothing about these characters. Like, you don't know anything about anyone until about an hour and a half in, except the family they come from, the lineage they have, and where they're headed. That's it. You don't know nothing about their personalities. You get no context for emotional stakes, which to me is a very important part of a character's development. I think this movie is going to be one of those ones where it's going to be good. It's going to be pandered as the next second coming of movie Christ for the next few years, and then it's going to go through an Avatar thing where people are going to say, "Yeah, it was a gorgeous movie and it sounded good, but it's just there when something new comes around." It's for DUNE fans, and that's it. I would not tell someone to go into this new. Like, I would say, you know what? Either one, really kind of understand what you're getting yourself into, or two, wait till the whole set is out so you know what's going on. Wait till every one of the movies is out so you know what's going on, because this first one should not be a palate cleanser. Not that long into the movie. It should not take that fucking long. Like, I felt like the whole time I was watching it, I was looking at the clock like, fuck, I still got, like, this is only halfway through the movie. Like, they made the whole first half of that movie feel just like as long as Endgame. It felt like just straight up 2.5 hours in that first hour, and I don't know how that's possible. Like, I wanted to love it. I wanted to see what everyone else did, but I guess I'm just not nostalgic for that book. I'm not nostalgic for this universe, and I can understand why DUNE was a cool concept back then, but so many movies and books and games have done the same fucking concept to death. Maybe that's what it is. Like, I've played a lot of sci-fi games that do the same exact thing and have told this story over and over and over. It does feel like that. Like, every sci-fi game has touched on this.
Because it's a seminal work.
DUNE was the launch pad for a lot of that.
But that's what I'm saying, though. That's like the whole crux of what I'm saying is, like, back then I can understand why this was a game changer. I can understand that. But now when we've had stories that have done this, but better and a lot more interesting, even in their mysticisms and their worlds and their governments and their conflicts that are just 20 times more interesting, I don't care about a family squabble. I don't care about those things. If you're not putting those emotional stakes on the table. And in fact, the main character feels lifeless for like the first half of the movie. Like, he feels so lifeless that I could not connect with him. And like I said, like, I'm not trying to be unfair to this movie. It's, of course it's just my opinion. But it's just, I could not, it just didn't work for me. Like, I would not recommend this film to somebody who doesn't know anything about DUNE. I would not recommend this to someone who doesn't care about the book. If they didn't like the book, it's an automatic no. This universe is not, there's no way they could have, like, I just feel like it's kind of shameful when we're kind of in that position where you need one or two movies to say, okay, now I have a reason to care. It's just so long. And there's minimum payoff, and when your whole purpose as a movie is to hook someone and get them interested and get them curious, I'm glad that they stuck to the source material. I've been hearing a lot like it's very much, and like I said, I don't remember very much about the book. I read it way back in the day. I was actually forced to read it, and it's just, I feel like there's a million other universes you could do that do this story better. That's just my take on it.
Like what?
Well, I think you have elements of it everywhere. I feel like Mass Effect does this story even better in just its own story in Tuchanka. The whole Tachanka arc is literally this fucking story. The royalty, the betrayal of clans, the overarching power of government coming in and swooping in and taking advantage of said conflicts. It feels the battle for resources. You have all these elements, and that's what it feels like. I feel like I played so many games that have touched on those individual elements, like the fight for resources, the fight with the natives, the fight with, you know, inner family politics. You have all those things, like you have those things in, like, you know, like shit, like really anything. Like, I feel like the elements themselves are interesting, and they did game change, you know? They did game change that field. Like, could we say we would have a Dead Space without a good Alien movie? Could we say that we could, you know, that we have like Scream before we had all those good slasher movies? Can we say that we'd have, like, I understand that it's a pioneer of the genre, but it's also very much a product of that. Like, it was revolutionary at that time. These concepts, they're all over the place now. I don't find them interesting. I don't find them compelling. Like, when I look at them stories, I care about characters, and I care about what they mean to me, how they resonate with me. And this main character, he's a fucking plank of wood. And maybe I've heard, like, oh, well, you have to stick through it. You have to get to, like, more than halfway through the movie and you'll understand everything that's happening. It should not take that long to get something. And I just felt like you wasted all that time. I'm disinterested. I don't have any answer, because I don't want to go into now. I don't want to finish this. And then I don't want you to go into a second movie setting up a bunch of new fucking concepts that are not going to get explained till a third movie. And I don't want to have to wait that long. And I don't want to have to establish that. It's just, I don't like these characters. Like, I don't feel any connection to them. And like I said, like, it's a star-studded cast. It's everything about it from an artistic merit is fantastic. Like, I don't want to say like this film doesn't offer anything. Like I said, it's visually the most beautiful movie I think I've ever seen. And that's coming from a 4K monitor. That's not even on the big screen. So I can probably say it's 20 times better. And especially with that score that's clearly made for, like, really high bassy, like, movie theater surround sound systems. But Ross, Greg, Leia, like, I understand why this movie's for you. Raul, like, I understand it. It is 100% understandable. Like, I don't want you guys to feel like I don't get that, but I'm saying for someone like me that doesn't have really a connection or a love or respect for where it came from, like, I don't really give a shit.
Okay.
This would be like, this feels like if you put, like, Harry Potter's, like, book 5 through, like, 7 on the big screen without having 1 through 4. Like, I don't care. Like, I would have rather, like, the stuff that they talk about that happened before this conflict sounds more interesting than what's happening now. Like, that little tidbit they show was interesting and it was fascinating, but then you skip to what's happening now in the present, and I find it just not compelling.
That's
Like,
fair. That's fair. It didn't resonate with you, and that's fine. It's not everybody's going to get the same thing, and that's cool. All right, you had some positives in there, and that's the important thing.
And like I said, like, I want people to know, like, this movie is going to be one that, like, I feel like this is the definitive Dune. Like, this is a great movie if you're a filmmaker. Like, this movie you can look at and say, that is how I should do my design. This is how I should do, like, even things down to sets and costumes are, like, some of the most beautiful, well put together. Like, there is just beautiful craftsmanship. And that's what I'm saying. This movie, as much as I didn't like the story, I will say it is the most beautiful. It sounds the best. Like, this thing is gold on filmmaking standard alone, like the craft of it. So I can give it that, and I will stand by that.
All right. Thank you, Raina. Justin, how about you?
Well, you know, that was brutal, but
it was honest. That's the important thing.
Coming from someone, I really never enjoyed the first Dune movie. It was very long. It's never. I mean, it was okay, but coming into this movie, I was able to actually grasp what was going on. I mean, the complete opposite of me. It it was very enjoyable. Was, you know, I didn't turn away. I just can't be engaged. I play these games. I know this storyline. I know how this stuff works. To be able to see it on the big screen like that, it just makes it so much better. You're not playing a character; you're watching it fulfill. It's you know how this all plays out, and you're trying to figure out, okay, so when's this going to happen? When is this going to happen? When is this going to happen? It keeps you on edge. It doesn't quite turn out how you think it will, and then you're just left with, okay, so now what? I love how they did this. They changed it just enough to give you a holy crap. What are they going to do next type of feel with it? So yes, I enjoyed it. It was a good movie. I can't wait to see what they do next.
All right, thank you, Justin. Son, how about you?
So I was kind of giggling through Brayna's entire review because that's the review. That's literally how I feel about Discovery. That's how I feel about Discovery. It's visually impressive. It's got like all this shit going for it, but it feels so fucking stiff and just wrong.
It's fucking raw, Michael Burnham. It's fucking raw.
I mean, on Discovery, we're talking about Dune.
I understand that. I understand that, but it's like that's the review. That's the thing that I couldn't get out. That's the thing. But no, so interestingly enough, I've not seen Dune. I've seen a bunch of people. I've seen a bunch of people who've been reviewing Dune, and a lot of people's biggest complaint is it's so slow, and I'm like, yeah.
Did you not read the book?
Well, you have to assume that 90% of the audience hasn't read the book.
True.
That they're going out to see it because it's been made this spectacular by the marketing. But at the same time, I watched a review that mentioned this specifically. We're massively used to kind of this ADD or ADHD kind of content when it comes to films. We're kind of subjected constantly within the past 10 years to constant action, constant things happening, constant dialogue, constant this, constant that. And it's always changing, always moving, always doing this, always doing that. And to have something slow and paced and probably not explained the best, but still moving forward is something that people just aren't used to, when that used to be something that people were used to. So I think this is like a major change, not just in terms of the audience going, whoa, this was really slow, I don't know if I'll go back. This seems to also kind of be a major change in the way Hollywood thinks about taking films.
Mm-hmm. See, but I thought the first film kind of, I don't know, felt like a drug way more than this one did. I mean, yeah. First film really.
For full context, I've never seen the Lynch film. I've never seen it, so.
Well, you do get a complete story. It's just not a very good one.
If you want to watch it, you need to clear an entire day, have plenty of liquor, and make naps.
Listen, if this film is the gold standard of Dune, there's no way I'm going to watch something that's actually shitty about Dune.
The one thing, the only thing that's, well, okay, there's two things that the David Lynch film has going for it. Good set design and music, and also Sir Patrick Stewart.
Oh yeah, that's right. That sounds like it's
Oh
yeah,
well,
those
he
are-
automatically
Shirtless
elevates
Sting,
it a
come
point or
on.
And
two.
Sting was a good actor.
Yeah.
Sting does,
Shirtless Sting.
he comes off so badly in that movie, though.
But he's supposed to. He's supposed to.
That's the point of it, though.
Sting is
Not
That's
that
part
kind
of the
bad is what he's saying.
problem.
See,
Sting
you know
is
what,
always
though?
bad.
Son actually makes a very good point, though, that maybe we have been spoiled. I mean, think about it. We have had 10 years of Marvel doing nothing but action movies. We have been spoiled by that a lot. And I feel like I said about this movie, I don't really think it's about pacing. Like, I feel like the story, like, they do kind of push you along, but it's just emotional resonance. Like, no one feels like they have emotions. And honestly, the ones that have emotions are all the military type people, which I was shocked. That fucking Cable has more emotion in this movie than everyone. Seriously, what the hell? Like, when I'm like, oh, I like this dude. He's funny.
Raina,
You know,
that character is who Patrick Stewart plays.
Yes.
Yes.
oh,
Patrick Stewart is
yes.
Gurney. Patrick
See,
Stewart
maybe
is
that's
Gurney.
why I like him. See, like, I'm just
He's
gonna
no
say,
Riker.
oh, well, no one's gonna live up to my
Raina, if you watch any part of the first Dune, at least watch all the scenes
Like-
that got Patrick Stewart in it, okay?
Like, that's how unmemorable
There's only
they are.
3 of them,
It's
so that'll be
Cable
quick.
and Jason Momoa that I remember. Like, that's like who I remember. And they were like, from what I watched in that first hour and a half, it was like they didn't have anything really that much to do, but it was like, fuck, they came off as emotionally there more than the main cast. Like, I was actually kind of like ripping my hair out when the main character in the first 5 minutes is sitting at the table like, I'm not having dreams. It's like, oh my God, Kylo Ren, just say what the fuck is on your mind. Stop.
Well,
I
I
was
also
losing
have
my
some
mind.
good news, Raina, but that is potentially slightly spoilery. If you like Jason Momoa in this movie, you will see more of him
Eventually.
eventually.
Well, that's always a
Eventually.
plus if you get to see more of Jason Momoa.
That's my mom's complaint about the movie. While not as virulent as Reina and hating the movie, the fact that Jason Momoa did not take off his shirt was a big no in mom's book.
See,
It
I
was
hate
you
that
in
though
part two.
because I have
You
said
can't talk
this
about my
out
future
loud.
ex-husband like that.
I have said this in servers about Dune when people have asked me, and people are like, "You just hate the movie." I'm like, "I don't hate the movie. That's the thing. I just don't care." There's a difference. I will tell you the movies I hate, and this isn't one of them. This is just a movie where I'm like, that's half of it. It's like, fuck, I really don't care. I wonder what's on Netflix. Like, that was where I was at.
And going back to your point about a cinematic feature versus an action feature, apparently that trend in Marvel movies is being shaken up a bit by Eternals.
It's
I
getting
did hear
slammed
about that.
Which
for that.
which
To
also
mixed
has gotten
reviews.
nothing but like piss poor
Mixed
reviews from
reviews.
just about everybody.
Actually,
However,
the
Dune has not. Dune got one of the few 5-star reviews in the last decade by the Guardian.
And- go ahead.
So I'd like to point that out. The Guardian is extremely stingy with movies, and they really enjoyed this one.
I'm gonna say Dune fans are gonna prop this movie up. Like, this is what they've been waiting for like ever.
Well,
the
on
thing
that
is
subject, it's my turn.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
just a
Ross.
minute before you go ahead, Ross. I have an interesting fact that I don't know if it was said on this show or if I was just listening to another podcast that mentioned it or not. But you know, the whole recent spat of director's cuts doing the rounds with the, you know, Snyder cut and of Justice League and all that kind of stuff. Apparently, some people went to Mr. Lynch himself and said, "Here, we literally have all of this cut footage from your film. Would you like to make a director's cut?" And David Lynch was like, no, and walked away from them.
That's what
Can we quickly go on so we can get Greg's point of view in?
Greg,
Because he's been
you go ahead.
patiently
You go
waiting
ahead.
since everybody's been kind of
Sorry.
walking over his shirt.
Because I was like, you guys need time for me and Ross to dissect this freaking movie. So I went into Dune completely ignorant. Now, by that I mean I didn't read the book, I didn't see the original one. So, if somebody who's never seen Dune or read it, I went into this movie getting exactly what I hoped for. I got the space opera of lore in this movie. America runs on Duncan, Idaho. Fight me. This movie from start had me with Paul. Timothy Chalamet owned the role of Paul Atreides. From what I understand, what Leia was telling me, they finally got an actor who was young, who looked young enough to play somebody his age to go through this movie. Good God, Oscar Isaac owned Duke Leto. Like, he delivered his performance of his career so far, I would say, with this role, and he didn't even make it through the whole movie as his character. Timothy Chalamet again, great as Paul Atreides. My favorite character in this movie is, of course, like as I just said, is Duncan Idaho with Jason Momoa. And with the whole Jason Momoa point, which means not taking his shirt off. If you watch the movie all the way through, or like not even all the way through where Raina said about halfway, you notice we see a de-evolution of Jason Momoa. He slowly loses his beard through the entire movie. And he just looks younger and younger. It's like, okay, that's interesting. One of my other favorite characters is Josh Brolin as Gurney, where he sits there and they're welcoming the Emperor's posse
Voice.
to help to tell House Atreides you accept this mission. He's all smiling, Gurney. Now he's all, I am smiling. That was great. the visuals on this film, oh my God! Like you knew when they're like, oh, the sandworms are 400 meters long, but you're thinking to yourself like, okay, we get to 400 meters long, you know, and somehow, some way they'll show it, and they do show like off in the distance, of course. When the sandworm swallows that tank, 400 meters at that point is like, holy Christ, this is really half a kilometer long. Because then you have to figure the mouth is about half that size. So it was absolutely monstrous to see that swallow the tank, to actually feel like, yeah, the size comparisons were on point. Everything was right, like showing how big they were and everything. And going past like the whole, one of my favorite villains is going to be Harkonnen. It's going to be Baron Harkonnen. Stellan Skarsgård just absolutely owned that role as what I was ascribed to, seeing what he looked like in Lynch's Dune and the book, just described as a 600-pound obese, ugly person. But then seeing Skarsgård turn into performance, I'm like, okay, I haven't felt chills like that since Hannibal Lecter, since Darth Vader. That kind of chill. Because as he goes back when he's healing near the end of the movie, what about the Fremen? He's all, kill them all, and then just dives under his sludge, whatever he's healing in. It's like, okay, that's dark shit. Even Vader didn't order everybody killed. But we're going on through this movie, and the pacing, I'll give Raina to the point of, the pacing was kind of slow, but in a novel this massive, I saw Leia's book, the novel is massive. So I get the whole pacing part. But if you look at it, Avengers Endgame was very slow paced. After they kill Thanos, you have an hour of just slow dialogue exposition in Avengers Endgame. It kind of happened with Dune. But of course, it was an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes of slow exposition dialogue, and then once the Harkonnens attack, it gets ugly from there. I love the fact that when Leia didn't spoil it for me, but when I found out it was the Doctor who was the betrayer, as he was about to do it, Leia goes to me. She goes, "Hey, by the way, you know who the betrayer is?" I'm like, "What? Who?" And in the back of my head, like, it's not Gurney, it's not Duncan. I'm like, "No, it's the Doctor." She's like, "Watch," and I'm like, "Oh, this douchebag, just totally doing that." And like I said, there's so much to love this. I wanted more Batista. I kind of agree with Leia that they're probably going to combine both the nephews into one. Because I want to see a shirtless Sting. Give him his damn cameo. But I honestly think with Batista's performance, though, in like the few minutes of screen time he had, he's owning that role himself. Every actor, I would argue, was perfectly casted for their role. And one of my favorite casting choices was seeing Rebecca Ferguson as Lady Jessica. She had this quiet reservedness, but when Paul's being tested, she is being a mother, knowing that she's being a mother and the Bene Gesserit. She's knowing as a mother, I can't have my son go this, but as a Bene Gesserit, she's standing her ground. So you just see her visibly shaking, crying. And I love that entire scene where his hand's in the box, and of course, what's in the box? Pain. And so you remove your hand, you die. And that is one of the most intense scenes next to like Empire Strikes Back, where Yoda tells Luke to move this X-Wing. It's that kind of feeling.
Greg, hang on a second. Whoever's got the video playing in the background, please mute it so we do not get a DRM strike. Please. Thank you.
Um, so it was absolutely well done. And then as we get to near the end of the movie, as much as I want to keep gushing about this review, but I gotta give Ross his giddy moment. Um, what I like, my favorite line from the movie was Duke Leto's, "There is no call we do not answer. There is no faith we do not betray." And that made him to me like one of the most, I can't say the ethical good guys in sci-fi. It's like this guy is actually like following his creed to the T. He's not a douche. He's not. It's not like Luke where he's a crybaby. It's not like Vader where he's going to kill everybody. He is that. He is what would be considered a gray Jedi. I am doing the good for the good. So,
And that's why
and
he
him.
does.
That's why he does. A little bit of props to
the Atreides are the archetype that the Starks are built on.
Yes. And one of my favorite quips in the movie was, of course, how his father died. It's like, do you know how grandfather died? It's like, yeah, he was fighting a bull. And look, and he goes, where did that get him? It's like, ow, damn.
And side note that they don't talk about in the film: the bull is the symbol of House Harkonnen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, see, fun fact. Thanks, Leia, for telling me.
You're welcome.
But overall, my impressions of this movie, Leia kind of spoiled him after we saw that we are going to see more Duncan. Like I said, it's spoiler, not spoiler. We'll see more of Duncan. The fight at the end where Paul fights the Fremen and he's like, "Where's your champion?" Paul steps up again. Rebecca Ferguson portraying both a protective mother and the Bene Gesserit, that she has to let Paul fight, and saying flat out, Paul's never killed a man, and Paul knows that he has to kill him. There's no end way around it. And I have to think that his fighting style, what was mentioned by the Sudokar have mentioned, like, you're going to go fight House Atreides. The first words out of that Sudokar general, whatever's mouth is, "They were trained by Gurney and Duncan. Are you fucking crazy?" It's like they know who trained them. We're not stupid. And I love that. So going further, and so my most heartfelt moment was Jason Momoa doing the salute and taking on the Sudokar like a badass that he is. And I that was like my heartfelt moment of the movie. It's like, damn, and of course I felt better afterward, but Jason Momoa, then of course the way he portrayed that role was great. And then of course the end of the movie, I loved it. As far as what I would consider sci-fi epics, like my all-time favorite sci-fi movie is Jurassic Park, and then of course I got Star Trek, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. This Dune movie, even with Part 2 confirmed, it's like, even like how Star Wars, the best Star Wars movie is Empire Strikes Back. That's what everybody is usually consensus. Star Trek, the best one's Wrath of Khan, even though there's other movies in the series. Dune Part 1 is probably going to go down as one of the best sci-fi epics in history, because it set the groundwork for everything before it. Star Wars was successful because of Dune's book. And then it goes on from there with all these other projects that went on. It's like, hey, you have a desert planet. Oh, hey, that was in Dune. That sort of thing. So my take on it is like, I know this won't happen, like AFI won't do it, the Oscars won't do it. I would give Dune the nod currently over 2001 Space Odyssey in terms of sci-fi epics. Now, Space Odyssey laid the groundwork for everything after it, like the way the Dune book did. Space Odyssey set Justin, lay off the spice. The 2001 Space Odyssey set the precedent for all sci-fi movies after it, all sci-fi television. You could argue the same with Lord of the Rings for fantasy movies. It set the precedent with the books, and then with the movies kind of going forward. You never had a really 5-star fantasy movie until Fellowship and The Return of the King. Dune is definitely up there in the list of all-time sci-fi epics, and I told Leia this is one I haven't seen described since Star Wars. Dune is a space opera. The only other movie to ever be described in that fashion that I've read and is Star Wars: A New Hope. Again, where it's classified as a space opera, like that was Dune. Dune is a space opera. So having somebody who went in like me, never read the book, never saw the previous movies, I was blown away by Dune. The score, Hans Zimmer, good God. Tom Cruise ups his stunts with every movie. How the hell does Hans Zimmer just, I'm going to write a better score today. He topped Interstellar. Now he's got Dune. Like, what the hell, man? You're starting to make, oh my God, John Williams look like an amateur almost, because John Williams did Jurassic Park, Jaws, Star Wars. Hans Zimmer's like,
That's blasphemy.
Hans Zimmer's like, hold my tea, hits a piano that you feel the vibrations in your seat as the sandworm is coming up. Oh my god. The theater we were in, as the sandworm was emerging, I think three times, one when it ate Dr. Kynes, the tank, and then at the end of the movie where it's laying in front of Paul, if you will. You feel the vibration from his score and the sound effects in the seat. And I was like, wow, Godzilla didn't even do that. And I was in the same theater when I saw Godzilla. So it's like, what the hell? I will say this, the sandworm design across all the dunes has been great. It just got better with technology. But all the sandworm designs have been great, but they found Denis Villeneuve has given us his masterpiece. It was Blade Runner 2049, again, like Hans Zimmer, here, hold my beer. And he took a classic, he made a sequel to Blade Runner, amazing, 2049. He took Dune and remade it, bam, here's your space opera, give me my money. So I am so looking forward to Denis Villeneuve's Part 2 Dune, and I am just like, I am giddy. Like, again, someone who went in ignorant, I came out of the movie absolutely ecstatic.
All right. Thank you,
We
Greg.
are all over the place on this movie tonight. I love it. Ross, are you ready?
Let's go, Ross.
Ross, what the fuck is behind you?
Justin, shut up. You're not going to do it.
Oh, man. Everything about this movie just got me so freaking excited. Just the casting, the lead up, the marketing, everything just built on my excitement, and my disappointment was proportional to that with every delay. But I was when I finally was able to get to sit down to watch this film. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to a theater, so it was in the living room with my wife, which I was very happy for. Oh, from the first moment, I was enraptured. My heart was thudding in my chest, and with each scene, with every beat of the music, which was so good. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh. Oh, I gotta pace myself. Otherwise, I'm just.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's not spice he's sniffing. Don't worry.
Actually, it is. It's just the wrong kind of spice. See, this is the spice that comes from Kessel.
Oh god.
Yeah. It's a specialty spice. They don't turn your eyes blue. They turn them black.
This is me edging the nerdgasm. So just bear with me.
We call it a nerdgasm. I think it's something a little bit more, considering how you're acting.
I just nerdgasm. So Ross, you got to top it.
I'm anticipating the plastering of the camera before this is over.
Do you have towels handy, Ross? You might need them. Okay, good.
Yes, I've got a whole roll right here.
Do not worry. In case you do, my channel is rated for adults, so we're good.
With a property like Dune, when you're adapting a piece of media, certain things have to be there. Certain scenes, certain events, and of course, certain characters. And there's an expectation going into these scenes that they play out a specific way. And the key ones for me were the sparring with Gurney, which was it was so good. I love that the shields aren't these big opaque blocks that you can't see the character through. Like Lynch's movie. Oh, you could see the actors clearly. The effect was great. The color shift from blue to red as it blocks or passes whatever's going through. The fight was beautifully choreographed. I loved that. Screw you, Travis. I'm not stretching until after I'm done.
Nope.
It's my channel, my rules. I will get to the redeem when I get to it.
Blaine demands it.
Blaine can suck it.
You did not just say that.
I did.
Guys, let's let Ross finish. Come on.
Oh, but yeah, the sparring scene was great. The encounter with Gaius Helen Mohayim was next, and oh my god, was it perfect. It was some people are going to be disappointed that things were shifted around, like, hydrate, I'll do that. Like how Jessica was uttering the litany against fear instead of Paul, or how they changed the wording around of the dialogue, that it wasn't exact. That's okay. The spirit was still there, and every moment of it was great. And from the from the moment he stepped into that room, my heart was thundering with excitement and anticipation to see this play out. And when as he is enduring that box of pain and he's staring into the Reverend Mother's eyes, I got chills. An interesting thing that I notice is that we never see space flight, space travel. We only see the guild liner and ships entering and exiting it. And an interesting thing that I noticed, and several reviewers noticed too, was that the guild ships were these large cylinders that are oddly reminiscent of the worm. Interesting synchronicity there. The arrival on Dune was perfect. The introductions of characters were great. The Harkonnens. Baron Vladimir Harkonnen is by far one of my favorite antagonists in all of fiction. We didn't get as much of him as I would have liked. We didn't get the vileness of his character that I was hoping for, but what we got of him was wonderful. That big, flabby, hairless body where the skin seems to be just hanging off of him is gorgeously grotesque. The first scenes we got of him in that big steam bath, having him obscured and undetailed, was wonderfully unnerving. Raban's outburst got us to see the barely restrained fury that defines that character so well. I am disappointed we didn't get Fade, but I am certain he's going to show up in the second half because he's really not important to that first half. And same thing with Peter de Vries, the Harkonnen Mentat. The human computers, just like Thufir. They were the guys with the tattoo on their lip. We didn't get a lot of them, and Peter especially is a sadistic bastard, a murderer, and supposedly a reanimated corpse. So there's a lot of characterization that we didn't get, but I'm willing to let that go because it isn't central to the story and it doesn't further things along. So I'm willing to let that go. When we get to see the Baron rise up off of his throne, it was that slow, ponderous motion, the lighting up of the anti-gravity gear that is seemingly embedded into his body. Holy fucking shit! My
Dune.
All right, take a breath.
Stretch it out. Come on, Russ.
Shut the hell up. I will get to it. Everything about Arrakis was absolutely gorgeous. The still suits looked good. They made sense. And they didn't have a huge open head all the time that just let all that moisture out. I wasn't bothered by reinterpreting Dr. Kynes as a woman. The character made sense as she was, and holy crap, did she go out like a fucking boss and summoning a worm to consume the Sardaukar that were after her. After all, she was already dead anyway. What better way to go than be consumed by your own god?
I'd like to point out, real quick, Russ, I'd like to point out she was getting ready to ride the worm.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Until
and
the Sardaukar.
I can say if we have to, if we can't have him go out the way that he went out in the book, then yeah, that's definitely worth it.
Yeah, in the book, Dr. Kynes was captured, stripped of his still suit, and just released into the desert to die of exposure. And then he got caught in a spice blast.
Yeah, this was a much better ending for that character.
It was heroic. And speaking of heroic, Duncan.
Donuts.
Get the towel
Oh,
out,
that's
people.
That fight scene where he is facing off against the Sardaukar, you saw how brutal they are. They're preparing for battle. They are draining the blood of prisoners. Well, all of them are prisoners to begin with. Seleucus Secundus is a prison planet. They breed the hardest and hardiest and most brutal, for lack of a better term, people and turn them into soldiers, drain the blood of the failures, and anoint those going into battle. I loved hearing the Sardaukar language. It was so guttural and consonant heavy and aggressive. I loved it. Speaking of languages, backtracking a second, we got to see Atreides' battle sign. That was awesome. Seeing all the different methods of communication that they used. In the books, there was at least a dozen different kinds of communication. You had your standard language, you had your battle code, you had your battle sign. It was so cool to see these things fleshed out and shown in the real world. It was, or on screen, I should say. Oh,
It could be real. Hush.
it will be in a few years as people extrapolate on it, just like Klingon. Kapla. Oh, that's my one word summary of this movie. Kapla.
It's like
Applause. Are you good now?
No, I'm not done
Say it.
yet.
He's got more.
I am not done. I warned
We're
you
only 10
guys.
minutes into the movie.
I warned each and every one of you that this was going to be Transformers War for Cybertron all over again.
Yes.
Go for it.
And it's happening.
I'll go make the popcorn.
Like I'm not like
I like
I'm
mine with
not,
extra butter.
I'm not bothered. Like, Lord knows that I can go on tangents when I gush, so go for it.
Duke Leto was excellent. He embodied that hard nobility of the House Atreides very well. Getting the bit of background about his grandfather fighting bulls was an excellent touch that I don't remember getting from the books. His conversations with Paul, though a little different, was really, really nice. Very uplifting that no matter what you choose to be, you will always be exactly what I needed you to be, my son. And that was wonderful to see and wonderful to hear, where in most stories about hereditary bloodlines and rulerships, the heir is shoehorned into the role and they have to figure it out, and there's no real support from the parent otherwise. It's just grooming and nothing else. Lady Jessica, holy shit, did they do her justice in this film. She used the litany against fear very well. It was so well done with the score and the pace of that whole damn scene. Oh, I could watch that thing on repeat for at least a week before I got tired of it, and even then I'd come back to it after a couple weeks away.
Same.
Her training Paul to use the voice, her using the voice to overcome those Harkonnen guards and absolutely destroying them. Seeing Lady Jessica being more than a set piece, seeing her being an actual threat, because she absolutely was. Right. Yeah. It was so great to see. The women in this film in general were given so much more of a prominent role as they were in the book. The Reverend Mother was a threat, although she barely moved from her seat. Right. She uttered a word and Paul obeyed, even though he was incredulous about it. You got this air of power and authority and absolute obedience, no matter whether you wanted or not from her. It was, Jessica was right to fear her. I'm not sure what else I could say at this point. I've exhausted just about everything. The worms. Oh my God, the sandworms.
Where's Kevin Bacon when you need him?
Oh,
you're fired.
I have a small point to make.
Yeah.
This is the movie we've been waiting for sci-fi to take as seriously the subject as Lord of the Rings did fantasy in their subject material.
Oh, I absolutely.
The reverence, and the absolute devotion to the story, which is the ultimate. One of the things I argued about with George is the story means everything, and he was a character guy, so he disagreed with me. But I think he would have seen the story in this portrayal to be king as well.
Well, if the story is good, the characters shine.
Yeah,
that's a point that he eventually kind of got, but it and in this story the story makes these characters shine. Another one of the scenes that had to be in there but had to be done right was the hunter killer.
Yeah.
There was no dialogue
Absolutely.
in that until the very end of that scene, and throughout the whole time, as quiet as it was, you got this foreboding threat. Paul stepping into the brush hologram to try and hide from it. The slow creep of that hunter killer as it glides across the room, its rapid acquirement, and it stopping right in front of his eye, and Paul holding so still. I mean, compared to what he endured with the pain box, staring death in the face is nothing, but still.
Yeah.
I can attest to this. Leia was literally like shaking at that scene because that was one of the scenes she told me about. Was she was waiting for that scene and she was not.
So was I.
I would like to point out too that about every 5 minutes, was this in the book? Was this in the book? Was this in the book? Is this how this went?
I had a similar experience with my wife. She hasn't read the book. We had to pause every now and again so I could elaborate on some things for her.
I did the same with Mom.
Yeah, the only thing she elaborated with me was the Dr. Oh God, what was his name? Dr.
Yui.
Yui.
Thank you. I was obviously the only thing she elaborated with me was Dr. Yui. She goes, "You met the traitor," like I said, and I was like, "Oh, it's the doctor." I was actually kind of surprised. Like, really? He seemed kind of cool.
One of the weird artifacts for me from Dune was the tooth. It's not that it was weird or that I couldn't get around it, but when I first read the book and saw the sci-fi miniseries, I kind of fixated on the tooth. It became something of a battle cry for me every now and again. If I needed to motivate myself, the tooth.
We're gonna live through Ross's dental visits in the future.
No teeth.
Oh, but that's another scene that had to be in there, and it was done so well. Leto just limp and helpless and naked in the chair as the Baron was sampling his kitchen.
Yes, definitely.
But it was all done so well. Another line that, Son, you will recognize from Blood of the Near, I took from Dune. One must never trust a traitor, not even one you create. That's one of the lines from the Baron that I loved. We didn't get it in this movie, but that scene where he just floats over the table and decapitates Yui himself. That was holy crap.
Wait, I thought that line was in there.
Was it?
I think it was.
No, the line that he used is it says he kept calling him traitor, and then he said, I promise to send you to your wife, and I will.
Then he snaps his neck and cuts his head off.
Yeah, he says, I said I would set your wife free and you can join her. So he mentions about
Oh, and side note, I read an interesting theory that weird spider thing in the when the Reverend Mother was meeting with the Baron was actually Yui's wife.
I've heard that too. I've heard that it's been around the Dune groups.
The fall of House Atreides was spectacularly done. The Sardaukar is so creepy when they fight on those those lift devices that make no sound at all.
Oh yeah.
How did people like the Mongolian throat singing for their rituals?
Oh,
Wasn't that ominous? It was
oh
perfect.
yes. Oh,
It
absolutely.
fit well.
My one thing that did kind of take me out of the scene for a moment was when they were using a las cannon to try and shoot down Paul and Jessica's thopter, and I thought for a second, wait a minute, there's still some shields up. You really want to nuke Arakeen? Because that's what happens when laser meets shields. They talked about that earlier in the film. Paul's first visions. Oh, the worm. Back to the worm. The harvester scene. Another iconic scene that had to be there, and it was absolutely perfect in every single way. I had no complaints about that at all. Everyone was given good agency. When we see the worm rise out of the sand and consume the harvester, and everyone's just staring at it in absolute horror. That's what's on this planet. That's what we have to fight against. That's the thing that's always going to be there when we're harvesting the spice that we have to in order to survive. Otherwise, we're all dead.
One of the things I found with Skarsgård, one of the things about Skarsgård performance is Harkonnen, and I saw this. I just thought to myself, and I was telling Leia about it, and I saw a video of it. So I was like, okay, they either read my mind or they had the same point. Skarsgård portrayed a lot of Marlon Brando in this role. If you look at how he's first introduced as the heart as Baron in the movie to us, he sits there and he has a very Marlon Brando Apocalypse Now that where the Colonel's introduced, and I'm like, okay, that it was creepy in 1979. It's creepy in 2021, and Skarsgård absolutely owned it. And that was one of my favorite moments. Was like seeing him introduced. And it's like he rubs his head, rips off his whatever he had on his face, and I'm just like I said, I get that Vader chill. Like, oh my god, he doesn't care. He's gonna kill you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's a villain. He is a villain that is the immovable force. Now it is time to find the unstoppable object.
And I am disappointed we didn't get to see the real vileness of the Baron. In the books, not only is he portrayed as grossly obese and slovenly, he's also frighteningly cunning, but also he's a pedophile.
Oh god.
Yes.
There is no redeeming qualities about the Baron whatsoever.
He was made to be the ultimate villain. He was not in Dreamers of Dune, the book by Brian Herbert, Frank Herbert's son. He talks about the effect of Baron Harkonnen had on his father, the actual creation of something so vile and evil and just utterly redeemless.
This is Chancellor Palpatine, but fat and no force powers.
And worse, worse in many ways.
Yeah.
He's evil. He's a pedophile. And
getting back to the film, the escape from Arakeen, the final stand with Duncan, and finally meeting the Fremen. It was everything I wanted. I was a little taken aback by the diversity of the Fremen. I always thought of them as being somewhat more monolithic, but it worked, I thought. Jameis's actor was very well cast, and it was an interesting bit of dichotomy when you saw him in Paul's visions. A friend will help you. Let me show you the ways of the desert. But when he finally sees him, he is he wants to kill him. He wants to kill him, and that fight was so good. I loved how Stilgar's performance during that, lounging and watching the fight like it's just another day. Is he toying with him? What's going on? He's never had to kill before. Well, I guess he better learn, otherwise he's dead.
If I may, that's one I wanted to bring up was Bardum's Stilgar. What his role with the way he played Stilgar was the how to put this, the good version of Silva from Skyfall. When he meets the Duke, everybody's ready to stab him. Like, you will address him as Duke. And Leto's like, okay, bro, it's cool. But Stilgar's just sitting there like, he goes, all right, I'll believe the actions when I see it. And then the same in the fight scene, even when his own man challenges Paul, he's telling him, no, you need to shut up and sit down. Like that, for me, that reminds me so much of Silva. But that's the thing with Bardem. He owns those types of roles from No Country for Old Man, Skyfall, and now this one. He owns those types of roles. So again, knowing nothing about Stilgar, I sat there like, wow, I actually really like this guy. Like he gives no shits.
And yeah, that's one of the key parts of his character that really shines through in a way that didn't come through in any of the previous adaptations of Dune. This Stilgar, he's not impressed by anybody. I ride fucking worms. You guys are nothing. I endure the desert. You people are soft.
I ride my god to work. What do you do?
And what? I dare say, I'm gonna throw it out there. I think that Stilgar was portrayed the best of all the characters that we have been introduced to so far. I mean, other ones have absolutely been wonderful, but I really think Stilgar was portrayed the best out of everybody.
To me, that award goes to the actors who played Lady Jessica. I think that performance was and the ability for her to ramp it up as we go into the second movie is just going to be outstanding with her command and her sensitivity towards her son, but her utter ruthlessness displayed at the same time. Amazing. We haven't seen such a female character in sci-fi in a long time.
And don't forget, she was being such a badass while she's pregnant.
Yes,
that's true. She is. Yes. One thing I'll touch on Rule's thing with that Lady Jessica is, like I told her, Ross, the woman can fight. Like they go to challenge her, and she's like, "Oh no, honey, I can fight, and I'll prove it to you." Like she kicks some. Paul sits back. You know, Paul doesn't care when he just sits back. He drops his gun, like, "Go for it, mom." But as far since I want to kind of close it up so we can move on, I know we're learning on the show. So if we will do our favorite characters, portrayed, sure, I love Stilgar, I love Leto. My favorite character this entire movie is Duncan Idaho. Jason Momoa, like I said, we watched the de-evolution of Jason Momoa. He loses his beard through the movie. But no, Duncan Idaho, absolutely my favorite character in this movie thus far.
Leah, who is your
Ross,
favorite?
do you think you'll get a tattoo?
I might. All right, that about wraps it up.
Don't give him any ideas.
The final scene where we see the Worm Rider, where we see the Fremen in action, when we see the desert power that the Duke was looking for, and we get that glimmer of hope. It was a good note to end on, as much as I just wanted more. I just wanted to reach out and keep it going somehow. I didn't want it to end, even though I knew it was. That's why it felt like so long in between the movie coming out and them saying that they were confirming that they were going to make another one to finish the story.
So if we can, we'll end this one since we know we'll go with Leia, Ross, and Justin since me and Raul named our favorites. Leia, your favorite character from the movie?
My favorite character? Oh gosh. I'm gonna have to say probably I did really like Lady Jessica. I think she's the right fit, and I'm looking forward to seeing her go through the ritual later on, and dealing with Paul after he does his smart thing that he doesn't do. Right. No spoilers.
Ross.
Yeah.
All right,
Ross,
Travis, I'm
character?
stretching.
Oh, I did I wasn't signaling for you to do that, just so you know.
And thank you for the bits, by the way.
Ross, what was your favorite character of Dune Part 1?
My favorites in almost every adaptation, including the fucking Lynch movie, is Gurney Halleck. It's interesting that they didn't go with someone with an accent for Gurney in this one, but oh man, was he perfectly cast.
And no Balasat.
The power that he radiates, the strength that in every action that he does, his authority It just
I know, David. It keeps going and going and going.
I
and
warned
going.
you. I warned each and every one of you.
This was foretold.
That's why I'm here.
Yes.
The spice compelled them
All right,
to
all right,
do this.
Justin.
But yeah,
Justin,
Gurney
what- so-
Halleck with an honorable mention for Stilgar and Duke Leto.
All right, Justin,
And of
we'll end
course
with
the
you.
Baron. But that's a different list altogether.
Okay,
We'll end with-
stop. That's all the
we'll end with
characters.
Justin.
I'm done. I'm
Ross.
done. I'm done. Go ahead, Justin.
Your favorite
Okay.
character.
All right. Gotta go for Paul. I mean,
Okay.
he's completely different from how he laid out in the books. He's definitely got to work on a few things, but I think definitely I like this version of him better than the book so far.
All right.
But, yeah.
All right, Raul.
Huge
How about
version
you?
of the point.
Oh, he did his. This is
Oh,
like
he
Justin
did.
Right, Raul?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Reina.
Even though you
Hans
didn't like
Zimmer.
He
Zimmerman.
hated all of it.
Travis?
I don't care.
I didn't watch the damn movie. I know
Oh.
nothing about Dune.
All right. We'll
It's
wrap
a
up our
planet.
Dune discussion with the things we want to
Son?
see for part 2.
So, I'd like to mention some things right quick.
Okay, go for it.
I feel like I'm playing Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 and New Vegas wrong because you guys keep mentioning Mentats. And there are these little candies in Fallout called
That's where they
Mentats
got the name.
that increase your intelligence and charisma.
Well,
That's for-
that's
Okay,
like whenever
well,
I saw
that's
the warp.
smart.
That's like whenever I saw the warp gate. That's wait a minute. Is this Eve Online?
The second thing is that as much as Warner Brothers here is using the Dune property in like this big huge reboot, they actually did something extremely risky that we haven't seen in the industry for a while. They announced there would be a sequel after the first episode came out.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of shows and even some like movie trilogies recently acknowledging that they already had further films or further seasons in production before we get the first one.
There's a reason behind that. Because the reason why they didn't announce Dune is because of the whole COVID thing with the way Warner Brothers wanted to do their theatrical and HBO Max releases. Legendary was pissed about that. So Legendary actually owns all the rights to Dune. Warner Brothers was the more distributor. So because Warner Brothers was like, yeah, we want to do it. Denis Villeneuve, yeah, we want to do it. Legendary sits there, we'll choke you on it. So Legendary actually could have said no, and there would have been nothing anybody could have done. But Legendary came to their senses and finally, which like Sun said though, after the movie, then we get the confirmation a week later. But that was because Legendary was pissed about the whole release thing.
Well, Legendary has also been burned a couple times by potential franchises that kind of fizzle out. Look at the Warcraft movie. That was supposed to be the first in a huge franchise of films, but it didn't perform the way they wanted it to, so they didn't move forward.
Well, wasn't Legendary behind the travesty that was Battlefield Earth?
That was long time ago. So
That is terribly a good movie.
Like I said, sometimes you gotta appreciate a bad movie in an artistic way. And that's
So-
just one of my things.
I'll lead off with my hopes for part 2. So I'm not going to say anything about the overall story. I know the direction it's going to take. I just hope we get a good actor for Fade, because he's likely going to play a central role based on how that story eventually goes. I'm hoping for a good actor for Emperor Shaddam IV and Princess Irulan, because they become big characters as well. We didn't get them at all. I'm really hoping that the quality and the the reverence for the source material carries forward, as well as we explore the Fremen culture, as we see Paul go from this exiled noble to the promised one that we're seeing him being foretold and guided toward. And if I can do one final backtracking tangent, one thing that they did in this movie that they didn't do in the book or any other adaptation was Paul's kind of last-ditch attempt to avoid the fate that he foresaw from himself, talking to Kynes about trying to arrange a marriage between him and one of the Emperor's daughters. But of course, that was cut short. But I thought that was an interesting touch. That was very well done. Yeah, that's about it. I just hope that the quality of casting and just the quality in general continues forward, and that part 2 is just as good as the next one.
Here's hoping that Shaddam is actually Idris. I would love that. I have seen that cast being thrown around, but I would love that.
That would be awesome.
He is regal. That man is regal.
Yeah.
Oh, who was? Sorry, I'll make mine brief because Raul was actually making the point. Raul made the point I wanted to make. My brief thing with the Emperor, with how Leia's told me about him, and then like hearing Ross. Another name was tossed around that's been linked more heavy than Idris is Mahershala Ali.
Yes.
But
Okay.
as far as I would like to see in the next movie, being again the Dune ignorant person, is I'm pretty sure the casting is gonna be great. I'm just looking forward to seeing Paul's story unfold and him doing the non-traditional savior where he's just like, I don't want to be this, but he knows he has to be. Like his dad told him, you only need to be my son. That's it. But Paul's like, okay. And now he's like, I don't want to do this, but now he goes, I know I have to. So it's like, unlike Luke, where Luke was a crybaby the first movie, or unlike, any other good guy, Paul's going to sit there and be like, okay, I'll own this. And he's out, unlike Luke, this is going to be revenge for him. So we'll see how he does with this.
All right, Leah.
I just hope that we get we get the story that we need to have, because I do get the whole it's kind of slow in the beginning, so I definitely hope that there's a lot of story left still, a lot of story, and there's a lot of things that need to happen. So definitely, I would love to see a completely no-name cast as far as the people left that need to be cast, because we all have these ideas of these characters, and like Idris Elba, that would be awesome, but it would be super cool if we found somebody that was just completely no name that was able to command that role too. And I personally love to see new faces anyway, but to be able to see that, I think would be super awesome and would help to allow people to watch the story and not watch the stars. So that's what I'm hoping for.
All right. Thank you. Justin?
Well, I really hope that for the second part, we get the story that we want, and they leave it open in a way where we can get a third part to this. I don't think we're going to be done in 2 parts here. It's just the way the story's progressing. We could, but you know how the book goes out, and if they're trying to go a different route and really do a franchise here, considering how well this first one's doing, if the second one did any better, we could be looking at at least a trilogy, I would think. So,
Dune Messiah.
Yeah.
There are Greg. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I just want to make just what Justice said. Denis Villeneuve has said it is going to be a 2-parter. He does not want a trilogy, so he's going to end it in the second part.
He'll end Dune.
No, we're sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, he'll end Dune as the 2-parter. Anything after that, sure, but he is ending Dune as a 2-parter, not anything more.
Dune Messiah could be a single movie.
Yeah, it could be. It's a short.
Children of Dune could be 3
in basically poetry form. Most of the book. And it's very short. It's not compared to Dune. It's short.
Yeah, it's like an interlude between Dune and Children of Dune.
And that's why the miniseries was done. It mushed both of them together.
Yeah, but it kind of it didn't do as well.
We don't talk about that.
Did I hear interlude?
No, stop it.
Son hears what she wants to hear.
Bad son. Stop it.
Raul, what are you hoping for?
Well, in the second movie, I'm hoping that the religiosity, the mysticism, the mythology of the hi Justin,
Right.
It comes front and center because that's one of the most unique aspects of this most seminal sci-fi work is that it's very much grounded in mythology and mysticism and metaphysics.
That's something that I kind of overlooked in my word vomit about the film, but it's interesting that they put that. Not only did they put it front and center, they put the attentions front and center. They made it very clear that all of the mythology and the prophecy that we see going forward was seeded centuries ago by the Bene Gesserit.
Right. But as we all know, a story twice told takes its own endings, makes its own endings. I forgot how the saying goes, but something like that.
All right. Thank you, Raul. Reina, are you going to give part 2 a chance?
I would have to get through the first one because God knows I'm going to be so fucking lost. And I think if I watched it with someone where I could laugh at a few things, I probably could get through it. I can't do it on my own.
It's a date.
Let's get together in Mystery Science Theater the shit out of this movie.
There you go.
That would be fun.
I don't want it to seem like I just absolutely hate this movie. It's just like,
you need something to keep you awake.
We can all get on Discord.
Like, Endgame has that boring thing behind, like Thanos and stuff, and it was kind of like, yeah, but there was emotional reason to give a shit. Like, there was actual genuine emotion in that. Like, it just feels really lifeless to me. I've never had a movie made me feel like this, where I feel like I don't hate it. I feel like I just don't have the mental capacity to, and it has nothing to do, like, you could tell a long drawn story out, but give me a reason to care quickly, or I think I may go through it again so I never have to watch it again. But I guess I just don't get it.
That's fine.
I'm but like I said, I think it has one of the best visual designs I've ever seen. I really hope movies start taking some of those tactics, CGI and practical, because it's gorgeous. It's fucking gorgeous. From beginning
Son, are you interested in this film as a two-parter?
I honestly, I'm kind of with Reina. I don't care one way or another. I mean, Reina's I don't care review here at the end or re-review here at the end is how I feel about Lower Decks. I mean, it's just like I don't. It's not for me. I don't really care.
Okay.
I'll watch it, but it's just, I mean, it's not something that I'm interested in.
How about you, Travis? Are you interested in this film as a two-parter?
You got to get me to get interested in Dune, period. I know absolutely nothing. That's my dad's territory. I'm sure that you ask him, maybe he'll watch the movie, but then again, he's not a real big movie buff nowadays.
So people take worm poo and they grind it up and they sniff it and they get blue eyes and then they can travel through space.
About Dune,
not quite,
comes from the Fat Boy Slim song.
Oh no,
God!
Walk without a rhythm. It won't.
Well, okay.
The worm. That's a good song. Don't badmouth it.
And we got to see the dune walking, which was interesting.
Weird.
It was performed by Christopher Walken, and it was brilliant.
All right. Does anyone have any final thoughts before we put Dune to bed for the night?
Please, let's put it to bed. It's been 2 hours.
It hasn't been long enough. I could keep going.
No, we can't.
I 100% guarantee you, it's one of those things. And if everyone is saying what you guys are saying about it, Greg is saying it's going to be a 2-film thing. Watch Hollywood stretch it out to 6 parts.
Thank you.
All
There's
right.
a lot
Well,
of stories outside of just the Book of Dune, so.
oh yeah. There are 6 books in the main series, and Frank Herbert's son Brian did a prequel series with a different author. I forget his name.
So
But yeah,
it's Harry Potter.
I didn't hear anything good about that one, though.
I think Harry
Yeah,
Potter,
it was-
Twilight, and Lord of the Rings.
it was
Come on.
okay overall. And then, of course, there's the Dune Encyclopedia, which fills everything out like the Silmarillion does for Lord of the Rings.
I didn't know about that.
It'll
own
be
that.
okay,
It's out
Rita.
of print.
It'll be okay.
I just don't care.
And
So,
moving on.
Greg, you now know what your Christmas gift for Leia is supposed to be, the Dune Encyclopedia. There you go.
Thank you, son.
And whatever toy that Jason Momoa has for Dune. You need to make sure you get her that.
All
No,
right.
just Jason Momoa. That's fine.
Let's thank you guys so much for sharing your thoughts on Dune, the good, the bad, what you liked, what you didn't like, and whether you even care. It's all good. I'm glad to have you here and to hear your thoughts on it. So thank you guys so very much. It was fun to just nerdgasm all over the place.
And now for our next nerdgasm.
And now for a more collective nerdgasm, I certainly hope. This week saw the premiere of Star Trek Prodigy. And I am very interested to hear what you guys have to say about it. Who hasn't seen it?
You also
The usual?
Yeah. Yeah, we've all seen it.
We've all seen it, apparently.
Son, have you seen it?
Holy crap.
Travis,
Yeah, I've
calm
seen
down.
it.
Oh, wow. Everybody's seen it for a change. Nice.
Wait, whoa, time out. Sorry. Before Travis says, son actually watched it?
I literally said not 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, I literally said it
You did
every
say
week.
that you would watch it.
I will watch it.
Mhm.
I will at least watch I will at least watch the premiere of it. Yeah.
I think, son, you had
I
actually
think that-
said because Janeway was in it, you were just a tad bit more interested than. I believe you said that.
I said months ago the fact that Robert Beltran was being cast for something in Star Trek, which immediately I knew was not going to be Lower Decks. I don't know where the hell you thought that the guy who was shafted in Star Trek would come back for a comedy show that would specifically make fun of him for shit like that would be into that. So I knew he had got to be in Prodigy. So
Of course, Joe was watching.
yeah, no, I was 100% interested in watching Prodigy.
All right.
I'm interested to hear Travis's recap.
Well, let's get to that. Travis, are you ready?
Am I ready?
You tell us. You're the one who has the thing
Do I
written.
sound okay?
Travis and Lane are
Yes,
born
you
ready.
sound good.
Turn down your lights where applicable. In the not too distant future, just 2383, there was a guy named Darrell, and he wanted to be free. He worked in a horrid prison mine, digging crystals up in the labor line. He hoped he could one day leave the place. Then he stumbled on a starship that could shoot him into space. I'll keep the spaceship secret, the best that I can. La la la. I'll have to find a little crew since the ship is not one-manned. La la la. Now Dal had no idea where he'll go since he doesn't think ahead. La la la. He and Gwen will explore the galaxy with the help of their prison friends. Inmate roll call 0. Rock Talk. Pog Jump Gun. Murph, if you're wondering how they run a ship, knowing no Starfleet facts, la la la. Just repeat to yourself, it's just a show. I should really just relax. For Star Trek Mystery Delta Crew and Murph to bring.
That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh God.
Okay, so apparently we need to get Paramount on the phone because that's the new intro.
Oh my God, Joe! If you're in my, will you please, for the love of God, clip that? One of my moderators, I don't care who, clip that entire thing, please, and thank you.
Oh, I'm totally making a highlight of this later on Ross's channel.
Oh my God, Travis. Oh my
Travis.
God.
Want to know a funny
Travis.
thing? That's not even the recap. That's just the beginning.
Let's hear the
Travis.
rest of it.
I mean, that's the highlight, of course. Like, before I get into the recap, I just need to say that originally I wasn't even I didn't even intend on writing it, but like I just like started writing out like in the depths of the Delta Quadrant. I'm just like, I feel like I could, and it just came out.
I told you, improv. You did good.
Well, I mean, like,
You did
no,
good.
that was
One
like,
does not choose the parody, one is called to it.
like
Did
that
good.
would, like, I had already written that by the time you said improv, Justin. So
But
anyway,
you still did good. You still did good.
So yeah, 2 Mystery Science Theater jokes on the show, and I hope people liked that.
Holy shit.
But yeah. Recap time. So mystery alien Dowrell is sick of living in a prison camp, so he decides one day he's gonna escape, but not before he sees a mystery figure in the fog and is approached by Evilbot. And he's like, hey, have you seen this mystery figure in the fog? And Dow's like, I could tell you. And then the Evilbot's like, that joke isn't funny anymore, and he tries to off him, but then the mysterious figure saves him, and Dow's like, I'm gone. He runs and he runs and he runs and he runs and he steals a loader and he runs and he runs and he runs and he runs and he doesn't escape. He tried. We see Gwyn and Evilbot getting sold a cute little kitty by that alien race that not even the Borg want anything to do with. And Gwyn gets summoned to her father's chambers, where he says that this purple dude is in cat boots with this mysterious figure known as Fugitive Zero. I mean, Fugitive Harrison Ford. No, Fugitive Zero. She's like, I'll chat with him. And the Evilbot's like, I'll help you. And by the way, Diviner guy, why aren't you telling your daughter about our secret plan? And the dad's like, because I don't want her to find out about Star Trek things. And the Evilbot's like, okay. Dell hears a voice in prison in a way that isn't schizophrenic, and then Gwyn gets him and he's like, are you in cat boots with Zero? And he's like, get me a ticket on that ship out of here and I'll tell you where to find Zero. He's a cool dude. And she's like, excuse me, did you just assume their gender? And Dal's like, oh, is he actually a girl? And then Gwyn's like, oh, you don't know anything about this guy, so take him away. And he's like, wait, no, I actually heard him. And she's like, okay, I'll give you until the end of the day. The end of the day tomorrow to give him up. And he's like, okay. And the next day, he buddies up with the rocks that Charlie Brown got for Halloween. He tries to tell them to help him. And the rock's like, I am Rock. And then they get into a small fight. And the laser...
You broke Justin.
That wasn't Justin. That was me.
Is it that funny? Anyway,
yes, it's that funny.
I am a rock. They get so they get into a small fight. A laser pews the ceiling. It falls on them. They find themselves in a huge chasm, and Dow's like, wow, they really went all out with the Wonder Ball this year. Joke for the 90s kids. They find the starship. They go aboard. The Rock's like, ooh, shiny. Presses a button, turns the ship on. They understand one another. And then they're joined by Zero. They're like, I'm not a robot. I'm just wearing robot designer clothes I made for myself. They decide they want to use the ship to escape. And then they need an engineer. And Dow's like, oh, I know a guy that I stole his car earlier. I know a guy. They go to meet Jankum Pog. And he's like, whoa, you guys understand Pog? That's Poggers. Joke for my server. They show him the ship, and he's like, I'm glad that this recap is getting such a strong reaction from everybody.
I'm not crying, I swear.
They show him the ship, and he's like, I can fix it in a week. And Dow's like, you have until the end of the day. And Bog's like, all right. And The Rock's like, I found the cutest character of the franchise. He's coming with us. And they're like, we can. And they're like, then they almost get found out. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so I have to. They almost get found out. Dow goes out and it's like, I didn't find Zero, but here's a lot of crystals. And the bot's like, to the surface with you. Dow goes to the surface. Gwen sympathizes with him. Then he escapes. And the evil bot's like, oh, this is going according to plan. Dow runs to the ship. They're like, oh, we totally weren't going to leave without you. And then Gwen and the evil bot are like, surprise, motherfucker. Gotcha, bitch. Evil bot's like, you found the one thing we were looking for. And the crew's like, well, we're gonna take it, and we're gonna take Gwen hostage and steal the ship. And the evil bot's like, you'll never get away. And then the Divine Father is like, stop blowing holes in my ship. The ship falls off a cliff, and Zero. The ship falls off a cliff. Zero finds the fly button, and they start to make their getaway. But Dahl needs to fix the shields, and he's like, "Damn it, Pog! I'm a captain, not an engineer." And Zero's like, "No getting into the ship until you fix those shields, Mister." And then the evil bot jumps on, tries to kill Dahl. Dahl fixes the shields. They brush the evil bot off. They pew their exit, and Dahl's like, "Where's the Chakotay?" Or Dahl pews the exit, and Dahl's like, "Where's the Chakotay pew button?" They find the Chakotay pew button, and the evil bot is like, "I'm so getting fired for this." They make it to space, discover that space is large, don't know where to go, but then they're like, "Well, as long as we're here, as long as we're together, we're gonna be able to help one another." Oh shit, Janeway hologram! And then the was like, "This shit's about to get real. See you next week."
Travis?
You know,
Jason's
Who,
broken.
okay, wait a minute, okay, Travis, who are you and where have you been?
I have one criticism. of that recap. Just one. At no point in that recap did you mention that he looks like fucking General Grievous.
I think that is low-hanging fruit, honestly, and I will talk about Star Wars stigmas later, maybe.
He had more legs anyway.
There was no
honestly,
lightsabers.
if I were to compare him to any Star Wars character, I would probably compare him more to that that one droid from Rogue One, or even Darth Maul.
Oh God, no.
K2SO?
Yeah, I can see that.
Only it's not Alan Tudyk, because Alan Tudyk is a national treasure.
Yes, he is.
Kurt.
He's a leaf on the wind.
But
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
I guess I should close the recap out by saying this. What do you think, sirs?
Thank you very much, Travis, for that excellent recap. Holy shit. I get another round of applause for you. Wow.
No fun, Twitch. Please cap that whole thing separately from the first part. Thank you.
Well, if you have moderators, they can literally create highlights, so it could be minutes long.
Yep.
I'm making note.
So there is a lot to unpack about this pilot episode, so let's jump straight into it. Justin, what did you think of the episode?
Holy shit, it's been a while since we got a two-parter pilot. We didn't even get that for Lord Vex, did we?
We got that in Star Trek Discovery, basically.
Well, I wouldn't. Would you call it a two-parter?
Well, really, the four-parter.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah. I wouldn't call this a two-parter.
It is a combined two-part episode.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind.
It is. Or it was, anyways. But yeah, I enjoyed the hell of it. It's been a while since I've had a Star Trek show actually give me chills. The way they did the music in this was fantastic, and I think a lot better than what they did for Lord Text. I like the flow of it. It felt more cinematic, I guess, whenever they did the opening credits. Hello, cat. Yes, I know you want attention, but you can wait. Don't encourage the cat. Anyways, as I was going on here, the visuals are impressive. I'm actually digging this animation style more than Lower Decks. This is not shitting on Lower Decks. Lower Decks is its own thing, has its own little deals. So that's fine. This is the show that we can introduce somebody who has no flipping clue about what Trek is very easily. So like, I kind of wish would have been out when Raina started. Cause then this way, Raina could have been introduced to this first, and then introduced to everything else. Because I think it's going to be a good stepping off point. It's not too cheesy. It's just the right amount of mixed way it should be for something like this, which I think really good. But this is going to be next level. I was actually really thrilled with dialogue, the way the characters interacted with each other, the way they were introducing the characters. You were kind of getting to know everybody, like right off the bat, which is something we've been lacking in Star Trek shows lately. Discovery, take notes, please. But yeah, it's I think we're off to a good start, and I know some people have already seen episode 3. Here's looking at you, media partners. You don't want to share how to let us get involved in this type of stuff, so we can also join in on the fun and get the third episode a week early, like everybody else has been. Yeah, okay. Anyways, that was I don't know where rant on that one, but anywho, yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the next episode where we have Janeway do the whole Federation spiel, and then we get to find out what happens. Hopefully, what happens to the crew of that ship. And I'm wondering. I'll save this one for a little bit later on, but I have a bit of a short story on Chakotay and the crew. I think we're going to be seeing them, but I think not in the way everybody suspects.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Raul.
Well, to be real quick and to give others the ability to talk, I just want to say that it's been a long time since I've seen a Star Trek show and just been generally entertained. Something that's been lacking, like just the raw entertainment value is very high in Prodigy, and it's not because it's a children's show or marketed towards children. It's not dumbed down. In fact, I think it was pretty dark starting off. A prison colony. Wow, that must have been hard to put to the executives. We're going to start off in a prison colony. And it's going to be drab, and the robots are going to be oppressive. And they must have sat there and gone, we're going after SpongeBob, right?
And with a freaking Katon of all the people too. I mean,
Well, yeah, that must have been the harder sell, but to be honest, I would like to hear what other people have to say. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the heck out of it, and I'm looking forward to it. Unlike other shows that are cartoon and script based, I did not enjoy as much. I did.
All right. Thank you, Raul. Reina.
That is how you nail a damn opening. That is how you make me care right off the bat. It was wonderful, this start. It was freaking great. Like Raul said, like, it's perfect. Like, it's not like I was really worried that it was going to be that lowbrow, like Sonic the Hedgehog bullshit. Like, look at this Fortnite dance. Isn't this cool? We're gonna Fortnite dance on top of the Protostar. Isn't that cool? Like, I was really expecting that, honestly, but no, you have freaking child slavery. You have freaking working minds. You have literally kids being sold off. You have just a mob boss oppressor over everyone. Like it's dark. I think it actually works to its detriment. Actually, it feels oppressive. These kids, they can't. Like, I feel like the whole translator thing was one of the most beautiful scenes when they finally understand each other. Like, I think it's really impactful how they did it. Like, just I think it's fantastic. Like I wrote actually a few notes. Like I really love the ship design of the Protostar. I love the look of the mines. Like every area of the mines feels dramatically different from one another, so it didn't like get really tiring. Um, I like all the characters. The Diviner, I kind of curious to see what his connection is with the Protostar, and he's one of the only ones who actually addresses the Federation directly. Like, I just don't want them involved. I don't want so obviously there's an understanding of the Federation there, you know, where it feels very isolated as a colony. I feel like his connection to the Protostar is going to be something dramatically different than what we're anticipating. Personally, the robot Dreadnought, like I've seen a lot of Grievous comparisons. Honestly, he gave me like a mix of like Doctor Octopus and Ultron. Like he was a good villain. Like he felt like, holy fuck, he's about to ice this kid right off the side of his ship. Like, oh my god, he's about to splatter him. Like, I think that it was great. It had some good threat to hold over them. Really gave them something to work over. I think Gwen is an interesting character. I'm a sucker for characters that have a connection to your villain. I feel like it does it when you do it right. That whole thing could come off more interesting, not just for the character themselves, but the villain. Like that was one thing that me and Travis had discussed earlier in the week about the whole thing with Thanos and Gamora, where it felt like their relationship was very strained, where this actually felt like Gwen had a connection to her father at some point. And I find that fascinating because so often you have the father figures that come off as just oppressive for the sake of being oppressive, and like Ross said in his DUNE talk, like grooming. Like a lot of father figures are kind of they're portrayed that way, but it didn't feel like that. It felt like there was some kind of like warmth there at one point. I feel like Rock Talk was like actually my favorite character, the one that I was kind of like meh, you know, like, but actually she was just really fun and kind of a really good companion and protective. You could tell she's going to be the protector of the bunch
and willing to mix it up.
Yeah, like it's like that's what I was saying about what I really, 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 really appreciated about like DS9. Like I feel like I love when there's a lot of diversity amongst species, and like to have like every kid be a different species. I thought that was a freaking great choice, because you're teaching them cultural differences. You're teaching them about those hard things in life that we as adults even still struggle with. I feel like they're dealing with adult level things, and that is what a bridge crew should have to deal with. And that's basically what they're becoming in their own right. And I told Travis this, the best thing about this episode opening up is everything felt organic. Nothing felt like, oh, isn't this a happy convenience that this happened? Nothing ever felt like that. Even them finding the Protostar felt like an event that could happen. It didn't feel like they were throwing it at you, that they were just coming up with some humorous way to make it happen. No, it was a pretty serious moment. He could have died. I love it. I love the show. I think it's got a great start, and I love the art style. It's real easy on the eyes, and the score is fantastic. Like, I think I'm going to be in it for the long haul on this one.
I'm sorry, one of my favorite scenes is whenever they launched the Protostar and they were taking it up out of the prison. That shot of it coming through the waterfall. I was at Trek 09 or Into Darkness. You should have done this because it was way fucking cooler.
Well, even the shield graphic was nice.
The Protostar is so much smaller than the Enterprise, especially the Kelvin Enterprise.
Can I just say that the shield graphic was real nice too?
Oh, absolutely!
It was beautiful. Like you could see the pulsating of energy from one side to the other. It was really nice. Like I was really shocked. Like every shimmery bit of the ship as well. Like you could see the actual light sources reflect off the Protostar. It was beautiful.
Detail was
incredible. They put work into this. Like it's gorgeous.
Travis, what did you think?
Absolutely enjoyed myself. I don't think. I mean, I've said this before on the show. I am very excited to see where this show goes because this show is breaking a mold right now. We have never had a Star Trek show that is focused entirely on people who have absolutely no connection to Starfleet. Like, yeah, Star Trek Picard focuses on a crew that isn't in Starfleet per se, but they do have established connections to it, whether it's a previous career there or, like Girardi working there and, like there's knowledge there. And I mean, Giorgio is going to be working in Section 31, but like, she had like there is connections there. This entire crew that we have gotten, like the only thing that they have in connection to Starfleet is what they found this one episode and absolutely nothing else. And so I cannot wait to see how they grow and how they discover what it truly means to potentially be a part of something bigger and better. Seeing them, explore Starfleet potentially or explore what the Federation stands for in their own way. And yes, it's nice that, they have that mentor with the Janeway hologram and everything, but like one of the coolest things that this show will have is that for the first time, we will see what it's like for people who are pretty much on the outside looking in when it comes to the Federation. We're always seeing, a crew who is like, oh, we come from this place that is like, it is meant to be something bigger, better, and you're welcome to join it. To get the other perspective of people who are like, what is this? What is the Federation? What is Starfleet? And needing to go on a journey to discover that for themselves, is something I never knew I really wanted it until it happened. And so I'm really, really excited to see where it goes from there. And like, I cannot think of one thing that I genuinely did not like about this episode. Like, the only thing that really sticks out, really, that didn't really vibe well with me was maybe the artificial life form, I think his name is Dreadnought. Like, I don't dislike him, but I feel like we didn't get enough of an explanation as to why he maybe doesn't like Dowrell as much, or I'm hoping, I'm sure that the show will develop him as the show progresses. I'm hoping that he's more than just the main antagonist's yes man, I guess, if that makes any sense. But overall, I was absolutely smiling all the way through. I was happy to see that my optimism for this show was paying off. I heard somebody say in the Star Trek group not too long ago that when it comes to animation in Star Trek, it definitely feels like it is continuing. Like, there are so many obstacles that it needs to clear for so many people, because I see so many people dismissing animation in Star Trek because they're so used to live action. It's like, oh, it's animated Star Trek, who cares, that kind of thing. But to see a show, whether it's Prodigy or Lower Decks, give us these characters that are deep and give us storylines that are immersive and things to have things in these episodes for us, the viewer, to genuinely care about in the long run. This is this is the second Star Trek show in this animated form that is saying, like, look, we can be as deep, as immersive, as meaningful as any other live action show in this franchise. And the fact that it is making, like, it's already making heads turn in the Star Trek group. When I asked who was getting all hyped up for the show, there were a lot of people who were just like, oh, I'm not really excited, or, I'm not really, I don't care. It's a kid show, that kind of thing. They watched this episode and were like, there's a lot of people who are like, I didn't expect to be this impressed. And so the sky's the limit.
Thank you, Travis. And Greg, thanks for another gifted sub on the Twitch channel. Holy shit. All right. Son, let's hear what you think.
So, I was crying this whole episode. It's, like Raul said, it's been so long since I watched something that to me felt like Star Trek. And this was certainly it. This was what I've been missing out of Discovery. This is what I got no real hint of out of Lower Decks. This is Star Trek to me. And this opening alone, in a way, it kind of mimics the Voyager opening. It has so much implication in what's going on that you're left with nothing but speculation. We've talked about the fact that it says it's like it's a prison camp, right? And then we find out that not only is it a prison camp, but we have literally a Kazon who's essentially the chitty chitty bang bang child catcher, because he's literally stealing orphans to bring to this prison camp as labor. And you have to wonder, like, has it always been a prison camp, or has it always been like a child labor colony in disguise? Because like even the diviner keeps talking about them as like my unwanted is what he calls them. Like it's this weird kind of obsession that they're his kids as much as he's literally just stealing them, So it's weird, because at the same time that this is a prison colony, all of the people who we've met seem extremely young. Like even the pig guy is rather young. Even the teller is rather young. And, although we didn't see a whole bunch of other faces because they were all wearing like different environmental gear or whatever, you have to ask that question. Are they all kind of children? And then the fact that we have like all of these different alpha and beta quadrant races, the other question comes into play. Was there an original crew that got stranded and then became prisoners? So, there's so much implication here. And the fact that the diviner has this obsession with wanting to keep, because, well, see, as much as the diviner like really, really loves his daughter, he's got like villainous designs, because he knows his daughter is like this kind of wide-eyed optimist, and he's like, I don't want my daughter knowing about Federation ideals, period. Which is why he won't tell her about the ship. And it's like, what did Starfleet do? Did this ship crash through your planet or something? Is the ship the reason why the crystals in the mine exist in the first place? Who knows? We don't know. That's like there's so much here that one could unpack and potentially make the entire series out of.
You kind of touched on one of the things I was going to use for my prediction, son, and I love it. I love it. I love it.
And yeah, and it's at the same time, we have the character Dell who is that hopeful youthful child, and you've got the Medusan who's been the resistance fighter the whole time, right? And that one thing that the Medusan keeps hammering home is hope. This place needs hope. And it's like, yeah, there are a lot of people in fandom who don't associate with like the Dark Circle whatsoever, who felt like they didn't have any hope for Star Trek. And this is that hope now. And I willingly admit I am part of that group. I have hope now because of this show. I really hope it continues this way.
You know what, son? Like, I think to actually add to that is I would genuinely say that this show, like, I almost wish I could have watched this first, because while I had that kind of like blown away feeling with TNG, like, you know, seeing the Enterprise for the first time take off and really not knowing what was out there, and this is an experience like that is amazing, that I'm glad that kids are going to be able to get into, like that feeling of wonderment, like, holy shit, I'm going into something that I know nothing about, and there is so much out there. Like, I think it's just really, really like a light side of all this more than anything.
All right. Thank you, son. I'm really happy that you had such a positive experience with it.
It's definitely a huge white pill for the Trek fandom.
No, kidding.
The last couple trailers made me think that this was going to be a huge breath of fresh air, and it seems to be that way.
Well, like, the son is not the first person I've heard speaking this way. I've heard a lot of people that dislike Lower Decks and dislike Discovery, but love this.
Speaking of disliking everything...
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear from Greg.
Do I need to mute you, Greg?
No,
God,
you're
the
not
show
going
was
to mute him.
trash. Oh my god, I hated it. The whole thing. Right in his eyes. No, speaking of people who don't like Lower Decks and Discovery, yeah, me. This show did everything for me Lower Decks fails to do with Star Trek.
What?
Prodigy. Did I break Sun?
No, that wasn't me. That was Justin.
Oh,
why are you two confusing us? What?
All I heard was a what?
Completely different people.
No, Prodigy did for me what Lower Decks failed to do with Star Trek. I loved Prodigy from the get-go. The hope that Dahl has, like, it was well done with his character. My favorite character might actually be Zero, the Medusan. I mean, just actually, I take it back. I'm sorry, Zero. Murph ruins everything, so I hate Murph. If you speak Murph, you already know what's going to happen. So
Yet you like Grogu, which is basically product placement.
By the way, Murph
Star
added
Trek-
me on Twitter, so woohoo!
Murph ruins everything. But anyway, I really like Zero. This episode, this two-parter, did a lot. We have a very intimidating villain, and it's not the Diviner. I honestly think it's Dreadnought. Jimmy Simpson delivering a great villain performance. But Gwen, I'm more interested with Gwen and the Diviner. Well, it's not being confirmed. I'm sure Travis might correct me or Ross, but I'm pretty sure, well, it's not confirmed, that they're the same race as Jayla from Star Trek Beyond. They look similar. They have the similar kind of head markings, the same kind of dreads in the back. I think they might be a similar race, which is why I think the Diviner doesn't want his daughter knowing about the Federation, because Jayla, at the end of Beyond, joins Starfleet Academy. So that's a long shot. It might get confirmed. So that's kind of like maybe a fun theory. Maybe we might get that confirmed.
I'll give that a 2 out of 5. George theory, okay.
The difference there is that their markings glow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember Jayla's native language, but it's been a while since I've seen Beyond.
We do not know what Jayla's species is. They do not.
Yeah.
They don't say that Beyond, so that's why I'm kind of curious if Diviner and Gwen might be the same, because, like I said, like Charles said, it's not confirmed.
That might be interesting.
I don't know if we ever figured out what side the galaxy the Kelvin Enterprise was on during that. Was it the
Well,
Delta?
it doesn't matter what side of the galaxy they're on, considering the amount of people, the diversity of people on that asteroid. But let's let Greg finish.
So this episode was really well done. Again, Jenkum Pog is not my new favorite Tellarite.
Who are you?
A variant. We've been over this. But
Apparently.
Jacob Pog was really well played by Jason Masukis. Like that's him. This is like his role. It's like one of those roles where you tell him, hey, this is you. Now just go. Don't give him a script. Just go with it. The Protostar is a very beautiful ship. In terms of size, I'd have to put it around the size of a Nova Defiant. It's very, very small. And as Janeway comes in at the end saying she's a training command module, basically. So it is very clearly a training ship. I think we're going to have to take that. It is a training ship. But overall, they nailed the design. I was actually watching a video, Trek Culture, one of my favorite YouTube Star Trek channel. And they did their ups and downs. They gave it like a 9 ups, 0 downs. And the Protostar, I think, is going to be the Enterprise of this show. Like, unlike Discovery, where the ship's kind of even lower decks. I know people love the Cerritos, but it's going to be kind of The Protostar is going to be the Enterprise of the show, where it's like she's the hero of this show because it's got Janeway. So you have the hologram Janeway. The only thing, if I have to give this a gripe, I'm giving the show a 9 out of 10. The reason why it does not get a 10 out of 10 for me is because they missed the call to say hi. Even though they said help, but to have Janeway come in and be like, "Hi, I'm Catherine Janeway, the emergency command hologram for the Protostar." I just wanted that one little callback. Just that one.
Please state the nature of your training emergency.
Yes, that. Thank you. Those two would have been flipping amazing. I would have gushed at that point. That's just like how great.
There's no point of season. She could still say that at some point.
She might say it. Rock Talk. I forget the young actress's name. She's owning that role. I'm sorry. Dee Bradley Baker is a flippin' legend, but the girl playing Rock Talk, girls got it.
Riley Elizrak.
She's got a really weird last name. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I'm not pronouncing that.
I would butcher that, but since we're on the theory on cruise and everything, but I go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Justin. Just to finish up, like I said, the episode did everything. Again, the Diviner is going to be interesting. He clearly knows about the Federation. He clearly knows about Starfleet. So my guess is he had a conflict with the ship, which is why he seems to be in a healing area. He probably got into a fight with his ship versus the Protostar. The Protostar crashed. He survived and is looking for the ship. So it's very likely that since it's a kid's show, but like again, Clone Wars was a kid's show and it went dark. So they could very well say, oh, the crew was killed in the battle with the Diviner, and that's why he wants the ship. And that's why he's not scared of, but very cautious and very like anti-Federation. Like, I know what they're capable of. So obviously everybody's going to come around. Gwen's going to come around. If Dahl's not the captain in the next episode, then we're doing something wrong. But, I like Prodigy.
I believe the promo material lists Gwen as the communications officer.
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense considering her talent.
Prodigy should be the swing show. Now, of course, Discovery is divisive, Lower Decks is divisive. Prodigy seems to be that swing show that's getting the fandom happy again. And I think the show that's going to seal that is Strange New World. So Prodigy is helping heal the fan base from being ugly with Discovery and Lower Decks. You have Prodigy, even though Discovery Season 4 is 3 weeks away. Yeah, two and a half weeks away.
You're forgetting
Strange New Worlds will help heal the fan base, and it starts with Prodigy. So I'm really looking forward to it.
You know,
All right.
we're talking all this with the group. We know Chakotay's coming, but
Yes.
I think Chakotay was captain of the Protostar. He is probably a prisoner somewhere on that planet. I'm beginning to wonder because he's in it for listed IMDb for all 10 episodes coming up. So
How many episodes
he's
are in
listed as
season?
captain.
12, 11, or
something.
10?
I think there's 11 or
11
so.
Okay.
We are.
This one was a two-parter in one episode.
Yeah.
Prodigy is.
So I'm almost wondering if Chakotay, if you look at the Internet Movie Database page, you have Chakotay, you have his first officer, and a lieutenant, and they are in every other episode after this. And they don't list what he's captain of, but I'm wondering if maybe they were captain of the Protostar at one point.
Well, we got two people left to talk to, and one of them looks like she's about to pass out. So, Leah, what do you think?
I'm sorry, I had to cocoon. So I'm going to start by saying that Voyager was my favorite. I loved Voyager.
Amen.
So Voyager was my favorite. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about Prodigy, honestly. I've never been a big fan of animes or animated shows that had live action movies before, or whatever shows before. So I'm not sure how I feel. I mean, I definitely enjoyed the show, but I was not really feeling very much in the way of this is my Star Trek. So I'm kind of on the fence. I don't know. I'm gonna watch a few more episodes and make my decision on whether or not I'm gonna continue watching it. But I definitely
she's even taking your contrarianness.
just for this.
Feeling
And
your very
honestly,
soul, man.
I don't know. I guess I'm not into the animated Star Wars either. So, and I didn't really like. I don't know. There's something about it I don't feel very happy about right now. So we'll wait and see.
All right. Thank you, Leah. As for me, this show was so much fun. I really enjoyed each of the characters. The way they were introduced, how we got to know them by not by non-language cues, by verbal cues, by physical design cues. Before we even heard most of them interact with each other with language, we got something of a feel for who they are, and then kind of flip the script once the translator activates and we hear Rock Tech for the first time. And I'm very endeared to that character. I love what's a good word for it? A character looks one way but behaves the other. You see this big giant rock person, and like the main character, you assume big, gruff, angry, and it's a cute little girl.
Chewbacca, totally harmless.
Chewbacca was not harmless.
Neither were the Ewoks.
There was so much to like about this. The Protostar is absolutely beautiful. How they found it, how they got it working, how they escaped. It was all so exciting and thrilling. And the refrain of hope, as it was repeated throughout the show, it gave it but both the way people talked about it with the main character and everyone else trying to find hope. And then, of course, the diviner fighting against hope. As long as the fugitive is at large, it gives the dregs hope, and we don't want that. It made hope the central conflict of the show. Finding it, fighting against it, and hoping for hope's sake in spite of hopelessness. That's a theme that I think will resonate very well with a lot of people, and certainly has with all of you. As you guys know, I'm pretty forgiving of stuff, and I'm able to overlook faults and things and find enjoyment, but I didn't have to do that here, and I'm very, very happy to be right that Prodigy is a huge breath of fresh air, a new perspective to look in on the world of Star Trek, and this is a different kind of Rossgasm, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't that giddy excitement as before. This is something else. I can't quite describe it at the moment, but
It's respect.
yeah, there you go. This is a more respectful gushing.
Dune was pure lust. This is intimacy.
There we go. Yes, Dune was explosive. This is taking my time with it. This is lovemaking.
Oh Jesus!
Oh jeez, that was wrong. That was
You're
wrong.
welcome. You're welcome.
Dune is explosive. This is taking your time with it.
There you go.
Did
Thank you.
we watch the same thing? Like,
Yes, we did. And this is what happens when we have differences in kinks.
Before I know Travis and Rain want to go real quick. The reason why I like the score so much, this is just real quick. Michael Giacchino did the score.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
Which he did when he did the JJ Trek movies. So to have the familiar face in Trek with the music was like, oh wow, it had the feel from the Trek movies.
Why?
That's why you had that da 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 da.
And
that's why you had
I
that
caught
feel
that.
throughout the music.
So there's
You
the
want a
connection
real
with the
hot
Kelvin.
take?
I mean, I'm sorry that the way that felt whenever that music opened, I was like, "Oh my god!" I think he was saying in the chat, like, "Oh my god, the theme."
The music of the Kelvin movies were by far my favorite aspect of it. And the same composer. Oh my god.
Like, if you want a real hot take, I actually think Michael Giacchino is straight up on par with Jerry Goldsmith in terms of Star Trek music.
I give you that, Travis. I'll give Travis that. I agree.
All right. We've been at this for a while, so let's skip ahead to what do you hope to see from Prodigy going forward? Justin, you said you had a George theory for us. Let's hear it.
Well, I should elaborate a little bit for it, but we got Chakotay and crew coming in. I'm thinking maybe Prodigy was his ship, and something happened, and then they crashed into the asteroid and became prisoners. We might see them come up later on. There's a lot more that we haven't been introduced to here yet, so it's. I'm kind of wondering, what could possibly go on more. What else could he possibly pull out of their hat? I mean, I really don't see there being another ship with the kids. I don't see that. I see the kids, going out and exploring on their own, and working their way towards the Federation, maybe trying to figure out, what they can do along the way. I see that more than I see, Captain Chakotay coming to the rescue. So we might be, it might be intermingling. We'll have to see how it works out. That's my theory. I think Chakotay was captain of the Pearl Star. Him and his crew got captured, and they'll be turning up here probably next episode.
All right, Raul.
I have no theories. I want to enjoy the ride for what it is.
Do you have any expectations or hopes?
Yes, I would like to hear more music. I think the music score is excellent, and the writer of which Travis mentioned, I forget his name already because my mind is old. So, but I think it was an excellent score.
Michael Giacchino.
Thank you, Travis.
All right, thank you, Raul. Reina.
I actually have a prediction and a want from this. Like, I think the prediction is with, I think the Chakotay, reveal. I do believe it's going to be, I don't, I know he's kind of wrote down for all these episodes, but, You know, that stuff isn't ever final until you actually see it done. What I predict is I believe that it will be very brief, like 1 or 2 episodes. I believe they'll do a Rex thing. And I think it's going to end with a nice somber moment where he has a moment with the hologram of Janeway. I really do feel like that, where it's going to be like a, you know, kind of like, without saying it, kind of like, you know, there's a love, there's a you know, respect, and it's kind of like it's an homage for older fans, and I feel like that they're going to have that moment. Like, I feel it's going to be, what is going to bring him in is they're going to have a big disagreement of who's captain, who's what, and I think, considering his history with Janeway, like, that would make sense that he'd be like, hey, you guys got to respect each other, because, you know, even though you're different, you're the same, you know? Like, I feel like he's the one to do that. But also, I feel like the Diviner is not going to end up, like, I really do think that they're going to lean hard into Dreadnought being the bad guy. Like, I feel like the Diviner feels kind of swappy with stuff. Like, I feel like it's going to be him versus Gwen the whole time, but I feel like she's going to convince him to come to the light. And my George theory is he was part of the Federation at one point.
I agree with that. I
don't think he was at opposition at first, but I think there was something that put him at opposition later on. Like, I believe that he was once Federation.
I had another George theory I was kicking around that the Protostar could have been his at one point.
Yeah.
But he is adamant that it is his ship, and he seems to know about it. So
I would also like to point out one thing real quick. I'm sorry, I know my turn was over, but the crystals that were surrounding the ship are just as valuable as the ship itself. They said many times you could buy your way off planet with this, and it was just a handful of crystals that were everywhere. So I think the crystals themselves have something to do with the mystery of why the ship is there and why the colony is there.
Probably dilithium, I would bet.
It could be a stash, honestly. The ship and all that there in one place. It could be somebody left it there on purpose to come back for eventually.
It could be.
They said what the name of it was. I just don't remember what it was.
Chimerium, I believe, is what they said.
But you got to imagine, like, one basket full of those is enough to really get you anything you want. And that whole cave, like, it wasn't a small amount. It was for miles. Like,
well, it did buy a whole prison colony's worth of children, apparently.
Back.
They have to go back for the kitty.
Yeah,
they have to go back.
Yes, they have to go back for the kitty.
Okay. I mean, you know, we're not saying the quiet part out loud because that kitty looked dead up, like Kiana. All right, look dead up, same race. Gotta be. Thank you. That's I mean,
if something happens to the cat, I will have a meltdown.
Oh, we all will. We all will.
Well, I thank you for your concern.
Son.
Oh, God.
Oh, Ross, before I move on, I need to say, like, I think we need to stop comparing this to Lower Decks. So they are two completely different things.
I haven't made any comparisons to Lower Decks.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying, like, I noticed the community is, like, kind of, like, keeps putting them to... They're nothing the same. They do not achieve this. They don't even seek to achieve the same thing.
Not even close.
Yeah.
There's a couple things I'd like to comment on before we move on. Just a couple things that stuck back in my mind as we've been discussing it. Just some of the other things that happened in the show are the Zero, the Medusan. I like that it arrived in a TOS style box that we saw the Medusan in TOS, and the fact that they had a use for it. They were using it to break the minds of some of the older prisoners to make them pliable.
Okay, so that scene in itself, it was a Morn guy, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Lorian.
A Lorian, I believe.
Lorian, yes. It was confirmed that's same species as Morn.
So that's what I'm thinking. That ship had to been crewed by a Starfleet crew that got crash landed there. That just makes total much more
I
sense.
have my own theory, but I'll come to that when it gets to my turn. But that's stuck in my mind, and I had to voice it before we move on. Randa, did you have anything else to say?
No, I'm just gonna say, like, I feel really excited. I can't wait to see where this goes. These kids are seeing the journey like I did for the first time, so it's great. You know, you get to experience that one more time. I feel like this will probably be the only time I get to experience that one more time. So I'm in it for the long haul.
All right, thank you. Yes, Raul.
I'd like to say too that the specialties of all the young kids is actually quite interesting. That they fit into the roles that they're sort of going towards, and it's really kind of nice. Even though that they're not trained Starfleet people, they are all specialists in one area or another during the mine activity.
Yeah, and
And
Murph ended up
apparently
saving the day by finding the weapons.
Yep.
Apparently, Murph is the weapons
Pew
up.
pew button.
Find the pew 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 buttons. There are no pew 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 buttons.
All right, Travis.
I will give you one prediction, and then I will, pass the thing on. But I will say there's, like I said, before we wrap this up, there is one thing I want to talk about. But again, that can wait. If you want one prediction from me right now, so Dalriel's species is not known, even to him. I am willing, like, this show takes place in the Delta Quadrant. I am willing to bet that his race is gone. I almost wonder, with it being in the Delta Quadrant, I'm wondering if the Borg may have assimilated his race, and he's one of the few people left. Because with this being in the Delta Quadrant, it's only a matter of time before the Borg show up in some capacity. It's gonna happen. Like,
Puppy.
it may not happen this season, but it may happen further down the line. And
I mean, how do they even contend with that?
Run
Run
away.
But yeah, I'm just
Run.
asking myself if his race may be no more, if it got Guinaned out of existence.
Oh my gosh, if Dreadnought gets like assimilated and then becomes worse like an Ultron, holy shit. That would be terrifying.
Oh God.
But yeah,
Why?
Or a
Why-
control.
Why? Stop it, Ralph. Stop it now. No. We don't talk about control. No, we don't talk about control.
Yeah, that's my little prediction. Come back to me later.
Raina, are you okay over there? Do we need to send help?
That's
Actually, I think help arrived.
that's
Yeah.
Right.
That makes
No, he was worried, like, because like when I'm like leaning over texting, I think he thinks I'm like crying or something, and then he like
Aw.
comes over like, "Are you okay?" He comes over.
He's a
wagging
big
his tail.
sweetie.
Yeah, this is my Bentley.
Oh.
Oh, he's waiting for me to go to bed. That's what it is.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's
thank
what
you,
it is.
Travis. Son.
So, this is going to be different.
Ooh.
I don't want to have a prediction for this show.
I think
want
that's
this-
perfectly okay.
I want this show to do what it's going to do, and I want to let it happen.
That's cool.
You know
That's
what? That
us.
just means you love it, and I think that just means you love it even more. So
Yeah.
Fair.
All right. Cool. Thank you, son. Greg.
As far as I want prediction, with the exception of probably a couple of them, like Dahl, for instance, his species might be native to the Delta Quadrant. I wouldn't be surprised if the oh my god, the caretaker is the reason why some of those species are there.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Because while he is dead effectively in this year, was 2383, so years after Voyager returns,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if the caretaker comes up again. So that's the reason why Rock Talk is there. There's the reason why Zero is there. Jankum Pog is a tolerate. He's very clearly an alpha quadrant species. So if Chakotay was maybe not the captain of the Protostar, maybe he was not playing savior, but maybe flashbacks where he was in command of a ship and he's the reason why the Protostar was lost. The caretaker is going to have to make a play in this because we have Janeway, the hologram, who's probably going to know all Janeway does. Chakotay is very much also connected to the caretaker, and since we have alpha quadrant species in a delta quadrant prison, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the.
That's a good idea. Because what if they're all prisoners because they were brought in there from the caretaker, and Chakotay was sent to look for them.
Right. So, but like I said, the caretaker at this point is gone. But like I said, all the other species like Valorian, Jankum Pog, Rocktalk, Zero could have all been there prior to the caretaker being gone. So it's possible.
Ooh.
Dear Lord, give Janeway an animated cup of coffee as well.
She gets it. She does get it.
Oh,
She does
yes.
get it.
Mm-hmm.
Cup and all.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Leah?
So I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion, I think, on this, but
Oh no!
I'm going
Don't
to
make me take
say
it away.
I'm gonna say that we're not gonna get a flesh and blood Chakotay, but how we're going to see Chakotay is through his mission logs that are on the Protostar because he was the captain at one point, and that's how we're gonna keep seeing him in every episode. Is they're gonna be uncovering all of these things, finding out about the Federation, getting interested about the Federation, and going to seek it out. So that's going to be my theory about that.
Interesting.
You know what? That wouldn't actually be a bad idea, though, to start every episode with some kind of log like that to kind of give you an idea of what they're going to have to deal with, kind of have some foreshadowing and Janeway to kind of clarify any misconceptions about that. I think that's a great idea, actually. It's not a bad idea.
Maybe
it's almost like Star Trek did that before, like, I don't know, in the 90s.
I take it back.
My
I take it
people
back.
do this.
I take it back.
No take back.
Let's hear it.
I somewhat agree with Leia, but in the sense that I definitely think Chakotay is going to be like more of a an audio log kind of introduction. But I think the Diviner and his daughter were rescued by the Protostar and then got stranded when the Protostar crashed, of course. And the prisoner, Zero, when the Protostar crashed, the Medusan was actually part of the ship's crew. And just like Travis has been like super nutso about cetacean ops, you had something like a Medusan ops on the ship.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, wait a minute, before you all go crazy, I'm not like trying to do fan servicey shit here. I'm literally saying they would have to have a place for that Medusan to be part of the crew where they would never interact with anybody because guess what? It'd make them go fucking nuts.
Make them go crazy.
Yep.
Right.
They could die by looking at them.
They would go mad.
Whew. All right. Well, as for me, this show could go in so many different directions. I'm hoping to see, maybe not revisiting a lot of Voyager's previous territory, but we've already got Kazon, and I'd be interested to see a recontextualization of the Kazon, because the way we saw them in Voyager, it felt kind of lazy to me.
Yeah.
Casting them as space street gangs, essentially. And I'd love to see them fleshed out maybe a little bit more. I have a feeling that the Kazon ship is going to be commandeered, temporarily chartered, rented, hijacked, what have you, by either the Diviner or the Robot Man, and chase after the Protostar. I hope we don't get the Borg right away, at least not this season. We could see the Vidians.
I am
without the
hoping-
phage.
I really hope we see the what are they called?
That's right. The
470.
Indians don't have the phage anymore.
Yeah,
The
that's what I said.
The Vodwar.
Erosion. Erosion.
Oh yeah,
Erosion,
the
maybe.
Witch.com.
Ooh.
I like the
Vodwar.
erosion.
The Kremen are probably a
Erosion.
little far out, but there is room for all sorts of new experiences as well.
Hmm.
It's this being set in the Delta Quadrant opens up so many possibilities, and I want them to explore as many new possibilities as they can imagine.
I just had a thought. Mostly because I just watched this. Does anybody remember the Voyager episode "Disease"?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Which
the
one
one
is
where
that? I don't know
the
names.
one where Harry Kim gets it on with the glowy alien. The
The
glowy
time?
alien kind of reminds me of the guy and
The
his daughter.
generational ship.
Yeah, the generational ship.
Okay.
And then Enterprise reused that and got Trip pregnant.
Spoilers
It's
for
in
Raina
the
on that one, but
No,
yeah,
that's not
well,
a spoiler.
The
Oh,
whole
my
episode was a
goodness.
spoil.
Oh, there was something I was going to add, but I done forgot what it was. I'll come back to it though.
But yeah, I am really impressed that this series seems to have pleased everybody.
You know, I really hope we do get to see Erosion, because Erosion are, the Kazon or Wish.com version of the Klingons. The Erosion are what you get when you upgrade your Klingon order. So I really
The
hope we get to see
Hirogen
more
are a
Erosians.
ripoff of the Predator.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Voyager ripped off the Predator twice.
Yes, but they did it good, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts before we wrap things up for the night?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
I unfortunately have an acting list update.
I meant on Prodigy before we moved on to
Yeah,
that.
can we?
okay.
Over here.
We're going on 3 hours, 21 minutes. We really need to wrap up.
Well, any final thoughts on Prodigy?
Yes.
Travis.
The one thing I wanted to touch base on is a lot of the one, like, I've seen this comparison thrown around more than this show to Lower Decks. I've seen a lot of people saying that to them, when they watch it, it feels far more like Star Wars than Star Trek. And I really am starting to get really frustrated with the Star Wars stigma that some people will throw at Star Trek, whether it is this show, whether it is Star Trek Picard of all things, or Discovery. Like, here's the thing. Like, I get why some people may not care for certain approaches, but when I hear the comparison of, oh, this feels more like Star Wars than Star Trek, it definitely has this underlying sentimentality of, like, oh, this show just feels like dumb pew pew. And while Star Wars is not the most smartest thing out there, like, this is another real big hot take, I really don't think the movies, any of them, have aged that well. There is smart Star Wars out there. I think some of the Clone Wars episodes out there are some of the smartest Star Wars things out there, like, in terms of, like, just general presentation. There is, like, Star Wars is not just dumb pew pew action, the Force is with me, space wizard magic things. Like, there is legit great Star Wars material out there. And I think that, like, if they're gonna like just throw, like, Star Trek out there as some, like, higher form of media or whatnot, I think that is just, first of all, really inaccurate, because, like, Star Trek was born in action. Like, it was billed as an action adventure show when it was first coined or made. And I just think that if people are just going to dismiss it because it feels too Star Warsy, I feel kind of sorry for them, because it's like, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But regardless, the stigmas that people will hold when it comes to Star Wars and against Star Trek is just starting to feel about as dated as a mother saying, I don't want my son playing video games because video games, influence gun violence. Like, it's starting to sound that dated to me, if that makes any sense.
All right. Thank you, Travis. And that will wrap up our coverage of part 1 of the Prodigy premiere. All right. We've got 2 segments left tonight, and we'll lead off with Sun's Actilist. Sun, what is the update in the ongoing controversy surrounding the dumpster fire that is Activision Blizzard?
So, people are calling this a win. It's reading the thing doesn't seem like a win at all. So Bobby Kotick released a statement yesterday, I think it was, and the normal CEO bullet points of we look to invest in da 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 and this and that and the other, and the only real consequence in any of this statement that he's put out is he's basically forcing himself to take an absolute pay cut. That's the only thing. Like he had $155 million pay package, and outside of that, I wonder how much the board of investors is influencing the fact that he's now going to be taking a minimum salary, total salary, that from what he says in the letter includes any bonuses and all that stuff. All that stuff is now excluded. He is now taking home a yearly salary for this year of $65,000 as CEO, because it is the bare minimum for California. And outside of that, he's got this list of stuff that they're going to do. They're launching a zero tolerance harassment policy company-wide, which I was literally in high school when they started implementing zero tolerance. This is literally corporate speak for we're going to fire you both if shit happens. Because that's what happened in school. You both got in trouble no matter what went down. So there's that. Then there's this we will increase the percentage of women and non-binary people in our workforce by 50% and invest $250 million to accelerate opportunities for diverse talent. Yeah, I'll believe it when I start to see it, because people corporations just like this have made commitments like this before and have never fucking followed through. And I'd like to add that the $250 million commitment really, really just exposes how fucking minuscule the $18 million settlement was. Yeah, this statement that is being declared a win about the only thing that will even remotely see any sort of actual constant pushback, I think, is his quote unquote commitment to looking into ending mandatory arbitration at Activision Blizzard for work disputes. I honestly think if anything happens out of that, it will be the end of arbitration at Activision Blizzard, because the entire company will be behind getting rid of arbitration. Arbitration never works in favor of the employees. It's like 1.2% of all arbitration cases in labor disputes end in favor of the employees over the employer. So yeah, I think that is probably going to be the biggest thing that's going to be championed out of all of this. I don't think even the minimum salary is enough for Mr. Kotick.
He should resign. Should be kicked the fuck out of there.
Well, I think he should say he's quitting, period, because I don't want him to get fired. I don't want him to be able to collect unemployment from business that he kind of ruined, you know?
All right. Anything else? Any other updates?
Well, aside from that, apparently Activision Blizzard is suspending BlizzCon for the immediate future.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not having their BlizzCon online thing in February because they're from what I've been reading, it's all puffy corporate words for we're looking to redesign and rebrand ourselves for the next event. Is what it sounds like to me.
Are they trying to pull a Facebook metaverse deal?
No. I think it's more of a we're going from Blackwater to Academy to Z thing.
They had actually added in that statement, I love that, where they were like, this has nothing to do with the controversies going on.
Yes, it does.
No, but I'm saying I love how that they worded it that way, where it's like, we understand that there's plenty of controversies and talk about it in our company dealings, and this, we want to assure gamers that like basically follow us that this has nothing to do with that. And it's like,
the room is on fire. This is fine.
Oh, okay.
All right. Raina, I know you wanted to cover a bunch of trailers tonight, but it's getting pretty late. So let's table that for next week and get into our final topic of the night. What are we watching? And since we did table your topics, why don't we lead with you?
Actually, it's kind of surprising. So when I was packing, I started getting into this YouTube rabbit hole about like WoW streamers that actually quit. I was kind of like watching it, and it was kind of incredible that I never got in deep with it, because I, just so you guys know, I played WoW all the way through Mist of Pandaria, and then I stopped. I was really big into it back in the day, and we looked up to a lot of these people, and to see them that they did it for as long as they did, like seeing them have meltdowns, like, I love this game. Why are you killing this game? It's like really actually kind of sad. And then I got into like wanting to understand the science behind the decline, and WoW has a very complicated history. Like, people think that Final Fantasy was the death of it, but it was dead a long time ago. It was really dying. Like, it was hemorrhaging like 2 or 3 expansions ago. How Blizzard treated the community long before that, like giving them surveys and like constantly reassuring them, and it was like they would let these patches go through, and they would never address anything that they did until the season was damn near over and the next expansion was coming out. And it was just really sad. Like, I feel like gaming is really taking a turn where the indie space really needs to shine right now. The AAA space feels like it's very much dying.
The indie space is doing quite well, actually.
I saw a line the other day where it was like on one of the videos, and it was a really good quote from an ex-dev of EA, and he had said, "We went from being being a fellow gamer, like even our receptionists being gamers and things like that, to the player is the enemy until they buy our game." And that was the moment that everything kind of just started falling off the rails, and it really does feel like that's our AAA space. Like I got really into like I would never do game dev as a career, but I'm very fascinated with the science and politics behind it all now after this whole thing with Blizzard, and it's really interesting. You guys should like really look up some documentaries on it. It's really fascinating.
All right. Thank you, Raina. Leah, you look like you need to take off soon. How about you go next?
I guess I'll take myself off mute. Let's see. What am I watching? Well, we're watching Prodigy, obviously. That goes without saying. And I'm watching, and don't laugh, La Brea. It is terrible, but it's like a train wreck. You can't not watch it once you start. It's terrible, but I have to watch it. And the Connors, I have a little place in my heart for. I used to watch Roseanne, so I'm definitely.
Fun fact: the Lobo is actually here in my hometown, as is the Roseanne house.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. So, I think that's it. Greg can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't keep track. So.
Well, thank you, Leah. Greg, how about you?
Decided to start watching a show I've actually never seen before. But being a Nathan Fillion fan, I've decided to start watching Castle, and
That's a great show.
All 8 seasons, whatever, but all of it being on Hulu, so I started watching that. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I'm about 3 episodes in, and who knew Nathan Fillion could play such a egotistical, self-loving, womanizing prick so well when he's like the nicest guy in Hollywood. But yeah, it's a great show. Like it so far, so I'll finish that up and see what I think of it from this. Since I've seen Firefly and The Rookie with him in it, so I'm gonna watching this one.
All right, thank you, Greg. Justin.
Well, I also fell down a YouTube rabbit hole this week, and I started watching these airsoft things where people going around shoot each other with airsoft pistols and have permanents, and they have flying drones with airsoft pistols attached to them, bazookas, RPGs, grenades, landmines. Just about everything you can think of a weapon they have is an airsoft. Some of this stuff is quite brutal, hooky, and you can't get injured doing this. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
There's actually somebody here,
but with airsoft.
Here locally in where I live. They just bought 45 acres to build an airsoft field.
Yeah, they're getting quite popular. Actually, they've been around for a while, but like laser tag was getting popular too for a while. Now that's gone back to the wayside, and this is starting to take over for that. But along with paintball, because usually you have the airsoft ranges, you have paintball ranges, and they're usually like side by side now. So yeah, it's an interesting rabbit hole to get stuck behind. It's not quite Dr. Pimple Popper level, but it's right up there with it.
Friend of the channel, Dayspring Gaming, is an avid airsoft and paintball player.
Oh, nice.
Yes, and see, airsoft minigun. So David knows.
All right, thank you, Justin. Raul, you still there?
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
What
have you been watching this week?
I've been playing a game called Smite, which is a MOBA based on basically pantheistic gods and legends. And I'm really getting ready for it because the next battle season pass makes me very excited. It's first generation Transformers as skins.
Ooh.
And they look so really well done. They look really well done.
Wow, that's so meta.
Who do you main?
I main Hades.
Oh, good choice. Good starter.
I love Hades.
Good. There's hope for you.
I was so into the Smite scene up until like 2 years ago. Holy crap, I love that game.
Yeah, Smite.
But they are very toxic, as you know very well right now.
That's why I had to get out of it the moment I was like,
yeah, I just play for fun and I play arena. I'm not a serious player by any means.
Yeah, if I play, it's got to be arena. I can't do conquest anymore. Like, you guys have seen me when I'm angry. That is like Reyna really a werewolf when she gets that fucking mad at that game. Like Conquest is like the most infuriating thing if you got one teammate
It
not
is.
doing what they're supposed
It
to.
is.
I haven't paid attention to Smite since they did that Ruby cross promotion.
They've had some interesting promotions. They've had Bob
TMNT.
Ross. They've had the Ninja Turtles. They
Stranger
had
Things.
Avatar, The Last Airbender. I always have to say The Last Airbender because then people think you're gonna do Fern Gully in space.
So they're the Fortnite of MOBAs.
Basically,
They are, and they do a lot of promotions for the thing. But I'm most excited about this promotion because I love first generation Transformers. That's my jam when I was a kid.
Well, Smite's not the only one. World of Warships is about to start a Warhammer 40k crossover.
I might have to play.
They just did a Transformers thing too, not too long ago. So, yeah.
Dead by Daylight just got Hellraiser now too.
You can pilot World War II battleships with Black Templar and Space Orc themes.
So you're saying,
Love it.
So you're saying it's like Battleship?
Gothic.
Travis, you are the weakest link. Wink.
Oh, that's not nice.
Justin, come on.
Bring him back.
I'm sorry, Travis.
And now
I'm
you
sorry.
just screwed up my entire order. I've lost track of who I've talked to.
Hold on.
You
I'll
have
put him
talked to
back.
everybody except Sun and myself.
All right. Travis, what have you been watching this week?
So this week on Disney Roulette,
Yay!
We pulled The Little Mermaid live. This is not a live it's not a live action.
A play, right?
It's not the live action. It's basically it's a hybrid production of the animated movie and the Broadway musical.
Yeah.
And I don't know why Justin is doing this because it's not nearly as bad as it makes it out as one.
It's
makes it out to
just
be.
so mermaid.
It's honestly I found it very disappointing, but not for the reasons one would think. I found it very odd that they would make this hybrid. Because for a production titled The Little Mermaid Live, there is surprisingly very little live in it. The entire story is just kind of an abridged version of the animated movie, and the only live segments are during the musical productions of the story with some added things from the Broadway musical, if I remember correctly. And the odd thing is the live sequences in this thing are actually not that bad. Like they're actually like really well done. The way that they open up the special is actually like really damn good. Like I was like, wow, if this special is like carries on the energy of this opening like sequence, this is going to be really surprisingly good. And like again, like the live sequences were great, like for the most part. Like, but the fact that all of the story, all of like the like story between like like all the dialogue was just stuff from the animated movie. It was like, what is the point? Why is everything here just? If I wanted to watch, like, I love The Little Mermaid. Don't get me wrong; it's one of my favorite Disney movies of all time. But if I wanted to watch that, I would just put the movie on. Like, I want to see The Little Mermaid live. That's what we're watching. Like, give us more live action. Like, I was at first theorizing that, like, maybe they were doing
the hybrid mainly towards the start because it's a production play and this is a story that half of its story takes place underwater. Maybe they're building up to more of the live performances for when she becomes human. Nope. Everything in terms of the story is just taken straight from the movie, and I found that so surprisingly disappointing. And especially when certain sequences were just done so damn well in terms of the live action. Like after Ariel saves Eric, and has that moment where she sings on the beach, there's a really cool sequence that they do in the live action where as she's singing, they actually have this sequence playing in the background where Eric and Ariel are actually in the sea swimming and they're doing this cool underwater dance, and it is just wow, that is awesome. Why can't we see more of that? That was it was just awesome the way it was presented. And if they do anything like that in the upcoming live action movie, I'll be very happy. I'm actually really curious what they will end up doing with the live action movie. And I was really I found myself surprised. I was disappointed in this special for all the reasons I was, because I was kind of thinking, oh, this is going to be a big old musical cringe fest. And by the time it was over, I'm just wow, I really wanted more. And I didn't think I would want more. So yeah, that was this week's Disney Roulette. Another thing I watched that I actually was kind of just listening to in the background while doing a delivery run was that I put on an hour and a half long retrospective of the series The Cosby Show. I have said on this channel before that I used to be a very, very big Bill Cosby fan, and The Cosby Show was comfort food for me for a very long time. And in some ways, it might still be. I don't mind saying that eventually, I may watch the show again when I feel more comfortable. It may be a while, but what grabbed my attention was that this retrospective was how do we see the Cosby Show now? And it's not just focusing on the allegations and the guilty pleas and everything. This is it saying how has the Cosby Show aged in terms of longevity? Because this is a show that was celebrated as reviving sitcoms. This was a show that is called groundbreaking for how it portrays a black family. And it brought forth a lot of points that I had never even considered before, and thought to myself, wow, this show really hasn't aged the best in a lot of ways outside the whole Bill Cosby debacle. One of the criticisms that is levied towards the show is the fact that for a show that is focused on a black family, it really doesn't do a whole lot to challenge this family. Any sort of direct conflict happens around the family. There is nothing that directly affects the Cosby kid or the Huxtable children or the Huxtable family per se. A lot of the conflict happens because of a friend or some other person. The conflict is always affecting people outside the Huxtable family. And hearing that the show deliberately avoided talking about racial issues, really it definitely I have a whole it definitely opened up a whole new perspective of this show that I hadn't even pondered before. And it's definitely well worth your time. Like, he goes through the seasons and he does talk about the elephant in the room, and how it affected the cast and crew moving forward, but yeah, like it was an hour and a half well spent, and gives me a whole new look on the show in some good and not so good ways. So there.
All right. Thank you, Travis. As for me, I'm going to try and wake you guys up a little bit for the last minute and try and get you to guess what I watched, because I am going to do a bit of a performance.
Oh, really?
Oh,
It wasn't
no.
Lucifer, so I don't care.
We found the way to Candy Mountain.
Oh, knock it off.
You watched the finale for Charlie the Unicorn. It's literally almost an hour long.
And there goes Raina.
Yeah, Film Cow, the animator and writer and voice actor who did the original Charlie the Unicorn, has been producing a finale episode for Charlie the Unicorn, complete with all of the bizarre absurdity, strange musical numbers, and just existential weirdness that made both Charlie the Unicorn and Llamas with Hands popular in those years before YouTube. And those songs have been stuck in my head.
This.
This episode also had a lot more furry involved in it, believe it or not.
It actually has a cohesive narrative that ties everything together, including the 3 old episodes of Charlie the Unicorn. The events that transpired at Candy Mountain, on the moon, and with the snowman, and Deep Under the Sea with the starfish, all tie in to a greater narrative about a terrible force that has been released beneath a great tower guarded by an order of weasels.
Hey, Justin, I couldn't help but notice Ross didn't mention that Ross couldn't watch Lucifer, but he watched that.
Shun the non-believers! Shun!
Na.
Oh my god. Alright, that's it.
Now, look what you have done. Look what you have done, Ross.
See, I'm glad he left me for last, because I was actually going to tell him to go before me.
Well, now that I've gotten everyone's attention a bit, son, what did you watch this week?
So I'm gonna try and do this. I hope I get it right. I need to. You know what? Here, Justin, let me send you the link for this so you can share it to the group.
Oh God.
So, because what I watched this week. Well, what I watched this week, we're going to watch this week.
I don't know if I can do that with Twitch.
You can. Trust me.
Okay, last time I did, I got the MCA strike for sharing a YouTube video, so I'd rather not.
Well, then, look, I don't.
Let's see. Let me see what it is. Where is it?
Hold on, I'm messaging it to you through Discord because raisins.
Raisins? Okay.
Yeah, because raisins.
Charlie.
I'm gonna say that name one more time. I'm leaving.
All your thoughts are wrong.
Anyway, Leigh and I are going to dip out. We're going to get some sleep because we're probably going to have a kiddo wake up in probably about an hour. So
yeah, you guys get some sleep.
Take it easy.
All right.
Nice to have you on the show.
Night, guys.
It's been a
we'll see
delight.
you guys later.
Hope you're welcome
Thank
back
you.
anytime.
Let me
Don't
see
talk
what
right back.
I can do.
So
talking to you.
since we're not having a Florida Man segment again this week,
Oh,
we're going to watch a Florida Man segment that's been that's been creatively imagined by Merriweather Comics.
All right.
If Justin is okay with showing it.
This is a little risque.
I mean, it's a Florida man story.
Yeah, Ross.
It's a Florida man story. Come on.
Let's do it.
We've said worse on the air with Florida man stories.
Okay, so let me. Okay, we've been warned. Okay,
Let's do it.
Screen and
Make sure you share the audio.
Mute notifications while sharing. Well, God, I'm not in that. Hang on. Let's see if we'll do it. Florida girl. Come on. You can do it. My computer is not like this.
I'm sure it does not.
I hate to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and cut out as well. I have to get up in like 5.5 hours because I gotta. I got
go to
car
sleep,
stuff in the
Travis.
morning.
You and Lane have a great night.
Take it easy, everybody.
See you, bud.
I'm gonna go to bed too because this makeup's running my eye. And my eye is swelling.
This is for you, Raina.
Can you hear it?
No, we don't hear it. Anything?
Stupid thing. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna dip out and I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch over. I gotta switch over to Chrome.
Really hungry.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, come on.
I know, it's Chrome. It's the only one that lets me share the stupid audio. Come on, Chrome, load.
Well, it's got to eat half of your computer before it loads.
It is half computer. Okay, I'll be back.
I guess he's got to open StreamYards through Chrome.
Yeah. Charlie the unicorn. Relax, make yourself at home. Charlie
Look, wait a minute. Wait, Ross, if you're going to sing, at least sing from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, please. It's Halloween. Please.
I haven't practiced anything from the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
There's a light over at the Frankenstein place. There's a light. I had karaoke night the other night.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I've got those vocal cords working again.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Much better improvement after not being able to talk for a little bit.
That's true too. So, I guess I could share one Florida man story.
Yeah, go for
We're
it.
waiting for Justin. So this is not necessarily a Florida man story, but it is a Florida man story.
Okay.
Drunk Turkish man joins search party for a
So-
missing person.
So, I went to go try to do this. I want to see if it'll let me do it anyways. If I share my screen, maybe it will let me do it.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, it was, it's being very temperamental because it's wanting me to sign in and do a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay.
Why don't you finish sharing that that Turkish man story, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So a drunk Turkish man joins a search party looking for a missing person, only to realize that the missing person is him.
Turkish man.
Turkish man.
Okay, so I am going to try to do this. Let's see how good it works. I have no promises, but we are going to give it a good college try here.
Okay,
so here we go.
Nope, no sound. Oh well.
Oh well.
Well, I will link it in chat,
No, well, yeah, just let it play.
and that way people can.
Yay! Time to get my burger on. Aw, it's closed. Ah, why the fuck would they close the fucking Wendy's on a Monday night after work? Those stupid, shitty, bitch-ass corpo fucks. Ah! It's my God-given right as an American to eat meat.
And it's just totally Florida man.
Now, that's a good-looking burger. Police, don't move. Oh, shit. Florida girl arrested after breaking into Wendy's to make herself a burger.
Florida mayor issues a sixth pardon for Florida girl this month. I didn't do nothing wrong.
And now that's going to put me in the rabbit hole to watch the rest of these. Great, thanks, son.
Merriweather Comics has a lot of crazy stuff like that. It's really enjoyable.
And that will end our episode of the Real Super Geeks for tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching and sticking with us through the excessively giddy commentary of everything tonight. But it's been an absolute blast to share our thoughts and feelings with all of you tonight, and hopefully it will inspire you to enjoy something for yourself. I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. Justin, you can find him at Commander Sapper on twitch.tv. If you're already there, you're in the right place. Raul, where can people find you?
Nowhere.
Right now.
Nowhere but everywhere.
Raina is busy.
I believe it is Reno Wolf on Twitch and Sunseal.
Yep, twitch.tv/Sunseal.
And if you're watching me on Live Love Play, you're already in the right place, twitch.tv/live_love_play.
And we are in a new personal record of 4 hours. Woohoo!
No,
Yeah.
I mean, we're just returning to form.
Yeah. Well, the show proper has been going about for 3.5 hours. Next week, let's try and tighten it up again, but we'll see. You guys loved. Well, I'm one to talk. I was rambling enough tonight too. Thank you guys once again. Until next time, remember to live, to love, and to play every day. Son?
Rest in peace, Kaiopaka.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
And remember,
Absolutely.
everyone, you are loved and appreciated by just your being you.
Justin, play us out.
Alrighty, it's the moment everybody's been waiting for, and here we